music should be playing in the stream as usual. Awesome. As our view pans through the winding tunnels of the Underdark, we get a glimpse of a scene taking place within the silken paths. Red eyes glint in the dark as a party of drow scouts prowls the dark. The faint glow of nearby fungi casts an otherworldly light over the scene as Ilvara Mizrim, resplendent in her dark priestess robes, leads her cadre of drow pursuers through the web-laced chasms. Ilvara's voice, sharp and commanding, echoes off the caverns as she directs her scouts to investigate the trail left by her escaping prisoners. Sure, her loyal second-in-command, nods in sad obedience as Jorlin, his scarred visage etched with determination, takes point to examine the grisly remains of a goth, surrounded by a dozen spider corpses. Asha, the junior priestess under Ilvara's tutelage, murmurs incantations under her breath, weaving her magic to discern any hidden clues left behind by fleeing adventurers. As four scouts scour the area for further traces of the party's passage, Ilvara confronts a pair of goblins bound in a web cocoon hanging by a silken strand from a nearby web. Yak Yak and Spiderbait chuckle, hoot and holler, swinging themselves to and through. Having exhausted questioning the chaotic duo, Ilvara's icy gaze pierces through Yak Yak's facade of indifference as he feigns ignorance of the prisoner's whereabouts. Despite the party's greed and being cheated out of a fair share of loot, Yak Yak knows better than to betray the adventurers that once saved his life, holding fast to the debt of gratitude he owes them. Frustration flushes across Ilvara's features as she clenches the shattered remnants of a slave collar in her hand, a stark reminder of the prisoner's escape from Valkenvelv. Her piercing gaze then falls upon a shackled drow at her side, his gaunt form still recovering from resurrection sickness. Sareth, the drow once left for dead, stands, now bound to Ilvara's will by a metal leash attached to his slave collar. With a firm tug on the leash, Ilvara commands Sareth to divulge what he knows. Sareth, cowed by her authority, chokes out, "The fishman. It spoke of returning to its village. It spoke of a way across the waters." In a voice barely above a whisper as he bows his head in submission. Ilvara's face twists in disgust. "Ah, Kuatoa savages." Asha speaks. "I heard they invent their own gods." Ilvara laughs mockingly at that. The very definition of insanity. Satisfied with the information, Ilvara turns to her scouts, her voice cutting through the silence like a whip crack. "Send word to Grekostuch. Double their bounty. The prisoners mean to cross the Dark Lake, and we shall be waiting." The scene fades to black. Our view returns to follow our adventuring group. A loud crack resounds. In a flash of scintillating light, you and your companions hurl through space and are thrown onto solid but muddy ground. The surrounding flora of worm-like, writhing mushroom stalks retreat into their clam-like shells in response to the sudden disturbance. The dim light of nearby glowing crystals refracts off the surface of an expansive body of murky water, whose waves disappear into darkness far off. As you rise onto your feet, shaking off the violent effects of the Butcher teleportation spell, those of you who look ahead can spot distant lights along the coast of a large cove cavern. The lights silhouette a massive tangle of reeds stretching up into darkness, which upon inspection appear to be several rickety towers lashed together by rope and plank bridges set in haphazard patterns. Shushar the Awakened wades through the mud, maw agape in awe. He Soyjack points, turning to you, exclaiming with glee. "We made it, friends! Sanctuary at last! The great city of Sloobdulop, my home! Come, friends!" But as he wades and waves you over and begins making his way homeward, a large net lined with barbed bone hooks hurls through the darkness and lands upon Shushar, ensnaring him in place. A series of gurgling war cries usher the arrival of a hunting party, made of about a dozen slouching, slick-thinned fishmen. Spears in hand and wide, unblinking eyes that catch light, these Kuotoa attack in an ambush, led by a pack leader wielding an odd staff with a wicked pincer claw at a tip. As I put us on the map. Alrighty then, I would ask you guys all to roll me initiative, please.
Well, it makes sense that Duma didn't roll high. He's almost dead.
Oh, I forgot that you got fucked up by those spiders right before we teleported.
Yep.
I was thinking, like, what are you almost dead from?
Yeah, well, I got screwed up from that, and I also took 14 damage from the teleport.
Oh, yeah.
I was
I was
actually
making fun of you for a second. It's like,
Yeah.
you good, bro?
I was at 2 HP, and then Darts cast Cure Wounds and gave me the 7.
Alrighty then.
The good news is you get temp HP.
Soon I'll get 10 HP, and I'll be a boss again.
Yeah. That's protector mode, man. I love it.
Our vampiric healer.
Yo.
Flint, you catch the light reflecting off the crystals and onto the unblinking eyes of these Kuotoa as they charge forth, gurgling. They point their spears at your group. What do you do?
Okay. Let's open strong. As they are approaching with spears and with nets, I'll do the same to them. You see a bunch of Chiwinga start to run between the legs of the Kurotoa. They carry something in their hands. Ropes or vines. I cast Entangle. It will be here for these guys.
It's fair enough. As the entangling net takes effect, you hold on to the spell. Creatures in an area of the spell must succeed a strength saving throw. You got it.
Yeah, sorry. Forgot that.
Public rolls, strength saving throws, starting with the one closest to you. 1, 2, 3. Natural 20, natural 1, and 3. These two are restrained.
Okay. And you see help is coming your way, guys. You see my Chiwingas start hugging Brooke and Eric and Dart if you wish to. And they move you 15 feet into this direction. You can choose your position. If you wish, you can deny it. Oh, sorry. This is the one I wanted. And that's it for me.
I'm gonna stick back. I'm gonna hit Duma up with the 10th HP.
Okay. And you see Flynn running behind Prince and gets behind his massive, powerful legs as a shield. And that's it.
The prince, hulking, shields you with his massive body. You can see the fur being to stand on end as his claws grow long and his whole form slouches forth. He snarls and his eyes turn bloody red with rage. As he enters his bestial form, Brooke, the second beast among us, takes a turn.
Brooke, having moved forward, looks back for Shushar underneath the net, and then looks amongst the fish people. And tries to identify the leader and sees this guy, and takes a moment to kind of just. She opens her hands and has them at her side, showing she's not holding a weapon. Kind of shouts out to who she thinks is the leader, and is like, "We are not here to harm you. We just seek entrance to the village. Can we discuss?"
Sacrifices for the altar! Sacrifices for the Deep Father! You hear them shout.
She turns back to Shushar, just like, what is he talking about?
In the confusion bottles, you'll have to figure it out in time. What do you do in the 6 seconds you have, aside from try and sort this out automatically?
As she didn't get any real reply of this de-escalating, she turns back and tries to unhook the hooks of the net from the ground to remove it from Shushar. That is strength check or athletics or
It is whatever you find appropriate. If you wish to use your raw strength, you can go ahead and do so with a DC 10 check. You pry away the net from Shushar.
What do they call that sacrifices for?
And says, Shushar,
Deep
you're
Father.
on the net. Get some distance here till we figure out what's happening.
Do me a favor, let Megan finish her turn before you ask me all these questions, okay?
Sorry.
Okay. So they call him the Deep Father, some sort of a deity they worship. They mean to capture you live as sacrifices. All right. So for
Vic is moving in front of Shushar and telling him to get back.
right, Eric, trying to make sense of the situation. What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Eric is gonna call out saying, "Wait, we're with you guys. We're with Shusar. We're friendly.
You see
No sacrifice."
the bigger, bulkier of the bunch over yonder on the cliff up high with a wicked-looking pincer staff lifts up the staff and that arcs with like this arcing lightning across his hand. He commands them in a language that you initially don't understand, but translates in your mind thanks to the myconid among you. The spores helping your mind understand his words as he screams out, "Capture them alive for the Deep Father and bring forth the heretic." He points toward Shushar as he says this.
Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna move to here and attack the restrained fish person.
You have advantage. as you are rolling your dice, I'll just describe this fish folk. And now you got up close to him, and now with your human eyes to see him in the dim light of the crystals. Do you have a Dawnbringer out?
Yeah.
Then you should be shedding light, correct?
Yeah.
15 for initial. In the light of Dawnbringer, you can see in detail the horrifying visage of this starkly different fishfolk from Shushar. Well, Shushar looks, bizarre in his own way. This one, he has tribal markings in old blood across his fins, lacerations across his arms, his eyes half blind with madness. And physically, too, shining back your light at you. He cowers away from the light of your sword, grants you advantage on your attack as you strike him for 13 radiant damage, downing him where he stands.
Oh shit.
Kill them?
Eric has a his eyes widen, and he has like this look of something close to horror or like maybe revulsion towards his own actions as he sees that like this thing fell so easily, and he quickly yells back, "These guys, they're not soldiers. I think they're being controlled." And he points to the shamanistic ship, the fish up there.
As you stare down at the corpse you just slew, the searing flesh sizzling under the light of your sword, which cries out, "Huzzah!" As you swing, you can see in the light on the back of the Kotor, at the back of the neck, is a Y-shaped symmetrical symbol that curves outwards into two directions and curling inwards onto itself. Can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please? As you stare onto that, you feel your eyes be drawn to the symbol, and you find it very hard to tear away. And you realize you recognize it. You've seen the symbol before, the same warning sigil that you've spotted in the tomb of Bryce's scheme. In the last moment, you tear away your gaze from it, and it fades into darkness.
That is my turn. Actually, no. I'm gonna move after to here.
Fair enough. The Kuoto are still restrained by the ropes, I guess. The flaming ropes of Flint is going to go ahead and make a ranged strike with his spear against Eric. Throwing it forth, it's going to be with disadvantage, right? Because it's restrained. Or 9. The spear sails and sort of ricochets off of some of your padded shoulder armor, and as it ricochets, it sends a spark of lightning, and the spear shatters into splinters of wood. Darts.
Alright. So I will first give Dula a little pick-me-up. Not the greatest pick-me-up, I'm sorry. So that gives you 4 temp HP. I'm gonna move up here. And I'll give that one a little love tap with a whip.
Greg, can you move the token on your own? For the Red Dead?
Sure can.
Cool, I'm just testing it out. Sounds good.
Yeah, and I'll move it as like a single unit when it's with me kind of deal.
I believe I can even group you with it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah. If you move your token, you should be able to move the guy with you. Alright. Weird. I can. Anyways. Testing it out.
Oh, no. It works now.
Cool.
That's awesome. I'll do the whip.
24 strikes against one eye as it lashes across the eye, just marking it with a bruise above and sending some of the fins flying in the air for 4 slashing damage.
And I'll kind of yell to them and be like, we don't want to fight, but if we have to, bet your ass we'll fucking end it.
Drop your weapons, says the larger of them, standing up on the cliff, urging you to surrender.
Hard pass.
Then you want to fight. If that'll be the end of your turn, that'll be Duma's turn then.
Duma watches everybody run up and looking around for darkness and shadow, realizing that there's none around. He takes a knee, sits down, snaps his finger, and the mark of the Raven Queen will appear above, or upon, sorry, this guy over here, the priest. And listening to what Yuck said about the priest being the leader, being the power, takes a bow with his hand crossbow and uses sharpshooter with his ranged attack. No longer an advantage because he's in light. Hand crossbow would be 17 to hit.
17 strikes. These creatures, primitive as they are, do not rely on any armor. They only rely on their slick scales and dexterous forms.
So that would be 17 piercing damage plus 4. So that would be 21 damage in total. And then with the blessing of the Raven Queen giving him the strength to stay within the Underdark, his hand quickly flips out another bolt, flips it in, hand crossbow, and shoots a second time. It would be 14 to hit this time.
Hits.
And this also gets an extra D8, if I remember correctly. Yeah, gets an extra 1.
As his arrow thumps into his shoulder, sending a streak of blood, he breaks the arrow tip out and slicks his brackish red blood across his face, cackling madly, drawing forth the symbol on his chest, that same symmetrical Y. For the Deep Father.
He takes 26 points of damage.
Bloodied, but standing still.
Duma then... is this darkness right here or no, where Jim Jar is, or is that just...
To me, it's a dark area. I can't see there.
That is a glitch in the map. It's not darkness. I'm not sure.
Okay, I was...
Oh.
I'm
It looked
not,
like Jim
I'm,
Jar was in the...
yeah, I'm not sure why that slice is just like dark for some reason. We can't. Maybe it has something to do with the ray tracing.
He was casting his own shadow.
Yeah, it was casting his own shadow. Duma's going to move back.
Hopefully that fixed it. I don't know.
It did.
Oh, he's not going to move back 15 feet. He's going to move up right next to Prince. And they hold his ground and say, Deep Father has mutated you. We're here to bring you a new leader. The one you call a heretic. But he's no fool. We're here to protect him and guide him home. And you're in the way of doing that.
Silence, heresy. Praise Lima Gungun. That's the exchange we're going to get in 6 seconds. As I then carry forth.
Did he say leave Magungun?
We'll repeat it in later time as combat keeps going. You see one of the Kuta rush forward, spear in hand, and he's gonna go ahead and strike Duma with that 20 to hit.
Bye-bye, HP.
As the spear contacts with you, you feel a burst of energy as lightning spreads through your body, causing you to spasm a little bit. You take 2 lightning damage.
Okay.
Are you wearing armor made of metal? Should I be rolling with advantage here?
Set of leather.
Okay. I'm just rolling to see what I would have got. Okay, cool.
Missed.
So,
Oh, that's damage. Ooh.
No, it's just 2 lightning
Okay.
damage.
Damage?
2
Oh.
lightning damage.
That's 2 damage.
Right. The bloodied creature atop the cliff hops down, sliding slickly across the rocks, and makes its way to sort of pack tactic its way around Eric, flanking his side. Is going to go ahead and, you know what, he's going to approach this much, using this Kotoa here for a live shield for itself, and is going to bring forth that pincer staff of its and try and clamp it around Eric's neck with a double natural 20. Let's go!
Jesus.
Really?
Hitting roll.
Okay.
Pretend that
As
you
it,
don't enjoy it.
just as the attack is about to hit me, the entire zone of light around Eric fills with a silvery, glittery fog as he uses his cloud rune, and he's gonna have it hit the fish person in front of Duma.
What does that do?
When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is about to get hit by an attack, you can use a reaction to invoke the rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of you other than the attacker. Chosen creature becomes the target of the attack using the same roll. This magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of the attack's range.
Nice.
Once you use this rune, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest.
So who are you targeting?
Yes.
The fish person in front of Duma.
That's a nice skill.
Nice.
Hmm.
If you finish describing your spell, I go ahead and make my 2 other attacks against Eric.
Oh god.
I mean, you prevented 2 natural 20 attacks, so that's pretty nice.
Well, 1. I just rolled 2 dice, natural 20s. But I don't get to have nice things. 13 misses, right?
Yeah.
He's using his
Block
ability.
it.
Not even 13. Yeah, 13 because disadvantage are on your sunlight. As he then goes and steps back a little bit. We're going to go ahead and continue with the other Kotoas closing in distance. This one will wade forth, sliding down the crystals, making his way yonder, and making a ranged spear attack against Brook as it throws forth its spear, ruling with disadvantage in a bright light. 14 misses anyways, right?
Yep.
Eldeth, shield and hammer held aloft, yells a dwarvish war cry as she too joins the fray. Stout feet, she joins Duma's flank.
That guy is still conscious after getting hit with a nat 20.
Yeah, he gets the damage taken to him.
Bashing with her shield, she strikes forth the Kuotoa for 7 bludgeoning damage, bloodying him. Bruised, battered on his last fighting legs. Shusha takes the disengage action as he flees back, pacifist as it is, refusing to fight his fellow kin. Sorrow upon his face at the madness that has stricken them. This is not the ways of the Sea Mother. Brothers, stand down. The rest of the Koa pack will go ahead and close their distance as well. This one, holding a net aloft, will go forth and throw it at Eric. Net attack, go. Disadvantage because of bright light. 10. You dodge out of the way of the net. The others acting as 1. This one is dead. Go forth and charge forth. This one, angered by the light of the Chewingas, strikes at the fiery thing with a spear, yelling out. 15 to strike the Chewingas.
It does.
They suffer 3 lightning damage. The Kuotoa, now missing an eye from the whip strike by our darts here, turns back to Eric, squinting in the light that it hates so much. And with his advantage, strikes against Eric. 21.
21 hits.
Ooh.
I believe. Yeah.
Oh, it was supposed to be a straight roll. So
Yeah,
You don't have that.
it did not take the natural 20. 9 lightning damage.
yep, taking a 9 damage.
Are you wearing armor made of metal?
I'm wearing chainmail.
Cool. So that will be a straight roll then.
Would be nat
Yeah,
20.
get the natural 20.
I think so.
Add a TA to that.
Yikes! Big
16 lightning.
Mhm.
As it attempts to disarm you from that weapon which it hates. Top of initiative, we have Flint.
Flint sees that Eric is getting overrun. As a way to help him, you see that he casts another spell. Marching wings appear, putting vines around the Quatoas. Another entangle. So can they do a strength saving check? It's 4 people, including you, Eric, because I hate you.
Okay. It's a saving throw.
Strength, yeah, saving throw. Yeah, DC 13. Yeah, you're too strong for it. So that was not the idea.
Oh, it's still
19 saves, correct?
Yeah, 90 saves.
Okay, and I have one last save because this one will repeat. No, it fails. Okay. Restraining the 2 Koto, one beside Eric and the one further away.
Okay, and you see the Chinwigans start to make their way to you, Eric. Brooke, you can be in this too. You see they blink away into a fire blast, and you can teleport yourself 15 feet around him, really, if you wish. You can also be in his position, it's just like he's flying on top of your head,
Okay.
if that's what you wish, but it will be here. Okay.
Brooke.
Having found herself right in front of this so-called
Yeah.
boss, she.
Sorry,
Yeah.
like these guys can do a dex saving throw, these two, or receive fire damage. Yeah, they get 5 fire damage as a fake Eric explodes in front of them.
They swing at it and it implodes, damaging them. They take half damage because of their slick, wet fins.
And that's it.
Okay, Brooke.
So Brooke sees him and sees that he's on left leg, so she goes to knock him out. So she goes for her first unarmed strike. Normal, right? Normal. And as her bonus action, she will use a point of key to use Flurry of Blows to make 2 large strikes.
Both hit.
So start with
Discombobulate.
9 on the first and 9 again.
9 and 9 for an 18? That is a perfect lethal. Do you go for a lethal hit or do you go to knock him out?
No, she goes to knock him out.
You can describe the attack, otherwise he's knocked out.
Yeah, so having overswung on her first hit, she goes to recalibrate it, then she goes for a swift boxing of the ears and then a chop to the throat to bring him down.
Alright. Lest you want to use your movement, it's Eric's turn.
No, that she'll maintain her.
This guy's unconscious. How did the rest of them look?
Combative and hostile.
Oh, they still look crazy? Damn. Okay, I'm gonna try and non-lethally knock this guy out right next to us. Wow.
Even blinded by your sunlight, it manages to somehow dodge out of the way of an attack.
My foot got caught in the tangling vines that it's in, and I just like completely missed. I swung over its head. And yes, and I'll use my bonus action to second one. And that'll be my turn. Wow. Okay.
The Koto over yonder maneuvers over to the shoreline, scoops up a handful of water and scoops it up to its mouth, gurgling, and then spits it out toward Eric. Making a drench attack.
He's entangled.
He's tangled.
Ah, you're right. Where was he? Here? Here? Here.
I think.
To the left.
Yeah, one to the left.
Okay. Alright. He's gonna make a ranged
he
spear
made
attack at disadvantage. Missing Eric. We have darts to follow up.
Alrighty, tighty. So he's unconscious or dead? So here they see the sleeping things over.
He's on the ground and he's not moving.
Okay, and they're still fighting us. Damn. Okay, I'm going to move here. 10, 10, 10, 10. Sorry, I just need to see the range of protect. It's only 10 feet, so Duma, how you doing? You still have 10 HP?
I got a little bit left. Don't worry about
A
me.
little bit left? Okay, I'm going to hit anyone in the area who doesn't have 10 HP within 10 feet of me gets 9 10. Well, yeah, you. I low rolled on the one specifically for you. I was like, sorry, man. And then I'll non-lethal whip this one. 17 to hit.
Strikes. You have advantage too because
Or
it's
5
restrained. One official
right.
natural 20. Okay. 24 would have hit for
close.
5 piercing damage. Piercing? Slashing.
Slash.
Lashing.
You take out a tooth.
more like slashing instead of slashing.
Huh.
And I'll end my turn.
Do you want to follow up?
Sorry?
Do you want to follow up?
Duma looks at the Kotoa. I was about to say Kotoa. And says, "You speech. You're going to wake up after this. I don't want to kill you." And he takes the pommel of his short sword and tries to smash into the side of his face to knock him out. Oh, take that off. That off. 18 to hit.
Strikes.
5 bludgeoning damage.
And he's knocked to the ground.
Duma is then going to bolt. This is going to go to 20 feet down here. And that will be the end of my turn.
The Kuatoa over yonder wades toward the waters and taking a fistful of water into its mouth, it steps away from the light cast by Eric and spits the water at Eric for a drench attack. Normal, public. Drench. Make me a dexterity saving throw, please, Eric. You dodge out of the way of the spritz of water as it sort of makes a few of the chewingas behind you as it lands on their fiery forms. It then makes a ranged spear attack against Eric for 17.
17 hits.
8 lightning damage. Eldolf swings her hammer through the fray. In a whirlwind strike, she downs one of the Kotoas. Shushar is out of combat safe. You guys rescued him. Let's go. With a bludgeoning strike, she hits him against the side of the head, and he stammers in place, disoriented. It retaliates back as the fish folk strikes with its spear against Eldeth. Through her armor. Eldeth is wearing leather armor and shield. 4 lightning damage against Eldeth as she is wounded. And fleeing away from the light cast by the Dawn sword, this Kotoa maneuvers over yonder and throws a spear at Eric. For 11, missing. Prince Darendil finishes entering his rage and lunges forth in a sprint to bite at the neck of the Koto yonder, dragging him across the floor. As he does so, he's gonna strike with a bite attack or whatever he has. Let me open his sheet real quick. 2 attacks. Let's go. Yeah, that tracks. We have 6 lacerating the Koto where he stands. And he's gonna go ahead and sprint to the next one and hit him for 7 slashing damage, bloodying the creature. The one close to Eric, reeling back from the sun, is gonna go ahead and take the disengage action away from Eric, running at its full speed into the waters.
It's still entangled.
Okay. I don't get to have nice things. What's the DC for...
13.
13?
Yeah, athletics.
There it dies. Flint, what are you doing in turn? It's gonna take a petty action, just bonus action, drench Eric. What are you doing in turn?
Flint's approach Prince Darendil, and he helps him. You see, like a seed start to grow out of his arm, he swing and produce a whip out of it. So, turn whip, 10. Miserable 1-2. I guess that doesn't hit.
A 10 does not.
Okay. Brooke, Eric, and these 2 guys. Yeah, you see Chiwingas start to hug you all around.
You start to
Choose
what?
If you wish to be teleported away. The Chiwingas are hugging them.
Hug, guys,
Yes.
hug.
Okay, yes.
And you choose if you want or not want to be teleported. But the 2 guys have to do a dex saving throw or suffer fire damage. What's his name? The one entangled has disadvantage from the dex saving throw. Or interpretation.
Damn.
14 pass, no damage. 7 fails, 8 points of damage.
4, yes.
Oh, hate it.
Slick, wet skin, fresh from the Dark Lake.
Yeah. I'll remember this. Fire, get wet. That's it for me.
Brooke.
Brooke moves up to this creature and goes to restrain him. Which I believe is not what I'm checking right
Are you making grapple check?
now. Yeah.
Athletics.
7.
4! It is grappled.
Bravo. Yeah, she's gonna maintain her grapple and oh. And she's gonna kind of get him to like go down to his knees and just like hold him there. Be like, stop fighting. We're not trying to hurt you.
It looks at its wounded and dead around in sheer panic, trying to get out of your grasp, but only on its turn. Now, before Eric gets his.
Alright, I'm gonna go over to this guy and hurt him.
And hurt. I like that wording.
Restrained by the spell, it closes its eyes, accepting its demise as the sun itself.
I am attacking non-lethally.
Okay.
Non-lethally.
Non-lethal,
For
17
17
damage, radiant. Because reading the PHP is... I'll allow it, it's fine. He goes down.
And then, what is this, like a bridge that leads to the water?
Looks like it.
I'll just move to here. That is my turn.
Darts. Gun in hand. It's your turn. Greg?
You're muted.
Oh, I muted myself. Sorry. I guess I muted myself in between combat. This guy in front of me, he's still restrained, right?
You still what? Restrain, yes.
He's still restrained? Okay. So that's with advantage. I'll do a... With attack. Woo! Yikes! Alright.
Makes sense. Whipping at melee range is
It's not good.
a challenge. Mm-hmm.
So, wait. When they're restrained, can I disengage without worry? Or do they still get an attack of opportunity?
They will attack you.
He still
Okay.
has reactions, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. So it's like, I'll just move to the side then, that way I'm still in combat range. And that'll be my turn.
Duma.
Duma's gonna look at the Murloc Koatoa in front of Darts, raise up his bow and hand crossbow, and lets off a bolt with sharpshooter.
If it ain't broken.
Oh wait, I get advantage because he's
Restrained.
I should have advantage. 50.
Hits.
19 damage.
Downs him.
Duma then will see everybody else there and move over to the leader and just stand over top of him and reload the bolt and just hold it down, just make sure he doesn't move. And that will be the end of his turn.
The restrained Quotoa in Brooke's grasp will attempt a strength contest to get out of the grapple. Brooke, roll me athletics, please. You maintain the grip upon the Quotoa. Eldith rushes forth to aid, striking twice with her hammer. Striking true with one strike, sending the Murloc, you've infected me with it, the Kuo-toa 5 feet, sailing through the air, landing on its back unconscious. And it's fucking skull cave, dude. Alrighty then, Prince Darendil, still enraged, rushes forth and begins feasting on the unconscious Kuo-toa, lacerating him and then throwing him into the waters. They become murky with blood as he rushes past Eric and onto the restrained Kuo-toa and makes a second strike at it with his claws. For 24 to hit. 6 slashing damage as it pierces it with its claws. Flint, top of initiative, you watch as the Kuo-toa corpse floating in the water begins to sink, murking the water red. What do you do?
Yeah, I run to just make sure that he's dead, and I cast a ball of fire in my hand and throw it to this guy.
Make me a medicine check.
Medicine check? Sure.
Because you're checking if he's dead, right?
No, but I'm not really just like seeing the blood. That's enough for me.
Okay.
I attack this guy. 22.
For 5 fire damage. Half?
Yes, 5 fire damage.
Okay. Anything to after you produce your flame with hurl it forth?
Yeah, my fire spirit will do the same. Like, you see the Chewingans start throwing ball of fires to the poor guy that is all surrounded. 9. That doesn't hit, I guess.
Brooke, as a rain of fire plumes sails past you, impacting the Kuo-toa in the chest once, scorching his leather savage clothes, burning them away and charring bone black. What do you do?
Her head twists around and she's like, guys, why are you taking them down? I thought the goal was not to harm them, just to get them to disengage. And with that, the guy she has grappled, she throws him into the water. So throws him back 5, 10 feet if she can.
With a splash,
Eric,
the little gnomish stout body splashes starfishes onto the water surface and he disappears beneath the murk.
Are you crazy? I scream at her. That's it.
He's a fish. No way does he drown, right? He's a fish. No way.
I can see her trying to kill these fish, and she turns back to Prince Darendale and just like puts her hands up to him. She's like, "It's over."
You lock hand and claws with him, and he pushes ye back with sheer force of his might. You are facing off a bear of a man as he's still in his blood rage. Locks gaze with you, snarling.
She holds his gaze and maintains a calm demeanor, just like, it's okay, it's over, and just kind of concentrates on like kind of making the most of this.
Make me a persuasion check, please. Nice. Prince Darendale returns to his sane self, shaking off the rage. The snarl disappears. Floating bodies begin to disappear beneath the murk. The one Kuo-toa you let go swims in a panic, his voice gurgling beneath the waters as he swims into the darkness and away out of view, escaping. "Oh, forgive me," says Darendale. I've lost myself there for a second. Every day I've become less of my elven grey self and more of this beast man. What have I done? He looks down his bloody claws at the torn asunder corpse nearby, just lying there, torn in half, ribs out. I've butchered him.
We can't change the past, but can you help us gather all of the downed Kotoa and we can tie them up until we figure out what happened here?
I suppose. He's still shaken by the experience.
You see one of the Chihuingas is just petting Prince in the back. Like, it's okay.
A swarm.
But once that's done, like, I look at Brooke, why you let things escape? He will tell the town.
Our goal wasn't to kill these creatures. And as she says that, she walks around and walks over to the 2 Kotoa that were killed that she can reach and kneels down beside them and tries to close their eyes, probably futilely.
Jim Jar pokes one of the corpses with his toe. Well, if that wasn't your goal, you're really good at accomplishing not your goals.
If we're lucky, not all of them in the town have been driven to madness. Hopefully it's just a small group of them.
Yeah, what makes you say
not
that?
Madness.
Speaking of which,
she continues to just kind of to care for the dead, and like she'll go over to like the water, soak a rag, and kind of like try to clean the bodies that have been desecrated at this point. Try to clean them a bit. Show respect.
Okay, you guys see this. You react however you want. You see Flint is approaching this Quattro with dagger in hand. And he is not small, so he doesn't have to crouch. You see that he is approaching the sharp end of the dagger to his neck.
hang on. Maybe we can do something about the marks on them.
It's a religious thing. I'm not gonna put my faith that we can cure their faith, as Shushar done.
Shushar said they were corrupted, and Shushar doesn't have that mark on him.
He never said they were corrupted. And they just say
He said that this was...
Well, enough
He
about
said that-
what Shushar said or didn't say. She turns around. Shushar, come over here and try to explain what's happening.
I'm right here, you don't have to yell.
Shushar, what were they talking about? Why were they so hostile?
I've been away from home for a long time. Something has happened, something is very wrong. This is not the way of even their bad imagination. My people are consumed by a very vivid way of conjuring forth their own deities and faith, united by their made-up religions. But this is all wrong. He seems to be as lost as you are, having not been home in a long time. Have been imprisoned in Valkenvalve with you, right?
Do you recognize any of your fellow Kotoa here?
Some of these were my friends. He looks toward one of the torn half ones. That one over there, that was Sloobdulop. He was a mushroom farmer.
Brooke puts her hand on his shoulder. I'm very sorry that this happened to them. I know, at least for me, none of this was my intent.
Sloobdulop will have to answer for this. He will have to explain this madness.
Burke enlists the help of whoever will help her and gather the remaining Kotoa that are unconscious and restrain them with some silken rope. Silk rope, yeah.
I'll help restrain them.
Duma will be while that's all happening. Duma would frisk the one that main one, the priest. See what he would find upon him. Is there anything that's upon him? Any religious necklace, staff, everything? You just move.
Fishbone and beast fangs laced together in a necklace. Fishing hooks at the end of ropes, nets. The pincer staff. Nothing much else.
Duma will take the net and take the staff and hand it to Shushar. And he said, I'm sorry about your friends. I will say a prayer for them.
What do you want me to do with these? He does not even extend his arms to accept your offering.
Who knows? Perhaps if you're holding on to the staff, they won't attack us immediately.
What? Why?
Because they might think you're one of them.
They know me. Why do you think we all look the same? They know who I am. They call me heretic. They recognize my face. If you hold the staff, maybe they'll think you're a Kotor.
Why do they think you're a heretic?
My views and message to the world does not align with theirs, does not align with the ways of the Sea Mother. I have transcended such notions and mean to spread them, but not all accept the word of such enlightenment.
When they all yelled, they said sacrifices for the Deep Father. You're speaking of the Deep Mother. Who is the Deep Father?
I do not know such deity.
Earlier, he did accuse them of believing in fake gods. So, I'm not surprised that they think he's a heretic.
We must make for Sloobdulop. Ploplopine will have the answer. He must answer for this. So much death.
We don't want to try and... Sorry, continue.
He's just disrupted violence. He's a pacifist, right? You're offering him weapons. It's distressing him even further. He doesn't want such conflict. He was hoping for something else, but he's beginning to become disillusioned at the reality of the current...
Grabbing her dagger, she draws the symbol on the ground.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
What?
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I understand. You draw the symbol on the ground, and you resist the madness it has invoked in you before. You find yourself stopping halfway through, staring at the symbol for a long time before, with a last forced stroke of your muscle, you finish off the symbol. There it lies. Does anybody else gaze at the symbol that she has drawn? As Shushar averts his gaze.
Instead of drawing more symbols, do we not want to try and figure out if we can remove these symbols from them?
I can't take this as a no.
Brooke shakes her head and smears the symbol a bit.
Feel relieved. Something very wrong with the world has just dissipated away. Yeah.
You seem to recognize the symbol. This is the symbol that I tried to draw here. This is a symbol that I saw before I was left unconscious.
I was there, yes.
Temple. What is this symbol?
Something very unholy indeed. He does not know it, though. It's as foreign to him as it is to you.
So you don't know if it's related to a specific deity?
Yes, that's... he does not recognize it, yes.
We need to, if we don't get a horrific welcome / if we can work out the hostilities. I wonder if there's a library of some kind and maybe we can find some answers in Sloobdulop. But first comes first, let's see if we can even get at the door.
If it's possible to remove the symbols from the mall, Duma will help smudge and remove the symbols.
It's drawn in dry blood, but as you go to wash it off, you realize that they have taken blade to flesh. Scars mark their skin and fin. Some of them have marked the symbol deep, repeatedly. tracing it on the same spot over and over again.
What Duma will do is not killing them, like not to cause harm and cause them to die, but he will pull out his blade and make a slash over the mark to ruin the mark.
Okay.
And he'll repeat that process. Sorry, one second.
Maybe after ruining the mark, maybe give one of them a good berry. See if they seem normal. They're still restrained, so it should be fine.
I'm out of lemons, and I'm pretty sure they will choke.
Did you give all of us a good berry at the start of the day? Sorry.
No, go ahead, Eric.
No, following up on that, did you give all of us a good berry at the start of the day?
No.
Okay, no one has one.
No one has any.
We can't wait too long before we approach the city, lest A, they prepare some kind of attack, and B, to not let any rumors fester in the wrong direction. We should approach the city quickly.
Lupido approaches one of the corpses, studying the symbol keenly, tracing his symbol onto his palm. He seems to be memorizing it. Do you stay here? Do you make for the city? What do you guys do?
We should rest before departing to the city. It will give us a moment to make friends.
Allow them to regain consciousness? Since we seem to be a bit short on healing.
Yeah, and some of us on health.
Maybe.
Brooke would rather move on, but she understands if people need a moment.
I could use a moment.
I could use a night.
I'm almost out of spells too.
Well,
I have one more left.
I don't think we should long rest by any means. Short rest at most.
Just take a quick breather. Maybe hope that at least one of them wakes up to see how they respond with the markings ruined.
Well, I'll take a quick nap. You see, Flint, grab some mushrooms, put them together, and put his face on top of it, trying to sleep.
Before Duma takes a nap, these crystals here, the phosphorescent ones, right? Do they look like they're just simple minerals?
What is a simple mineral? It's very hard for me to answer that question. They look like glowing crystals, clear with a slight blue tinge to them.
Okay, I was more thinking just as like a simple, like, are they just like a simple quartz or something, or if they were actually like a, okay.
They're not quartz.
Okay, they're not quartz, alright.
Quartz does not glow like this.
Are they non-magical? I think is what he was getting at.
Wouldn't know. We'd have to detect magic from darts to find out if they're magical.
Or any other methods of answering your own question, right? You can't just ask God, like, is this magical? Yes, no. You know, like, do you do anything to determine that, or?
Duma will take a knife and tap it and see if anything happens.
As you tap it resounds loudly with a reverberating ting that echoes for a good 20 seconds. And as soon as you contact your metal against the gem, it emits a slightly brighter glow to it. that for a moment flashes the surrounding and makes you cast long shadows before dissipating back to its dim light.
Is there a smaller version of these that Duma can like kind of see if we can break off with a knife to see if the crystal will still glow after it's been removed from the core?
You take your knife and try and break away a piece, and you succeed.
Does it remain glowing?
Yes.
Maybe if someone, maybe we should harvest some of these. It could be useful to light it. We can use them to throw in front of us to light away if we can, if it's complete darkness. It could be used to warn. We can maybe even drop it into the lake when we're going. Use it kind of as depth checkers to a point.
Or if all the fish people are sensitive to sunlight, it'd be better for me to just carry these around as a light source.
That's what I was.
You think about your own sentence just said, and you realize that this crystal is not sun.
Well, that's what they're talking
The
about.
Kuo-toa are
That's
like...
what
Yeah.
You can have a light source without harming them.
Oh, okay.
It's like having a large candle or a large like lamp.
Mhm.
I'm gonna rest for a bit, but if you want to try getting some out there, Eric, perhaps it will help. I'm gonna go sit on top of this rock and keep a watch out across the lake while I rest. Make sure we're not ambushed at all while that occurs.
Brooke looks over at Duma, seeing that he's very much worse for wear, says, "Don't worry about keeping guard. I'm fine. I'll keep guard. You concentrate on your rest." And she goes over to the water's edge and kind of motions for Shushar to come and join her. And she has a couple questions for him.
Alright.
If anyone else wants to come and
What do you ask, Krushar?
As Shushar joins Brooke, she looks out over the lake as far as the dim light allows her dark vision, and she says, "This is so calm. It's so difficult to grasp everything that's just happened so quickly. This seems like it was a peaceful place before this moment. Can you
Yes.
tell me a bit about Sloobdulop? It, from the little bit you've told us, it sounds like it's a very interesting place."
What more do you wish to know?
What, besides the imagination of these city folk, is there anything else that they strive? Is this city of knowledge? Is it trade? What does this city thrive on?
As I've said before, my people thrive on both the fisheries and... So he explains how the Kuo-toa provide services to other races of the Underdark in traversing the Dark Lake, while the fish folk themselves don't require the boats per se. Huh? What's up? While the Kuo-toa don't require the boats themselves, being aquatic creatures, amphibians as they are, they do craft quite the quality boats. And outside of the Dwegar, which are a questionable race by themselves, that's how they make their trade across the waters. We have boats, fish, scavenge goods from the bottom of Dark Lake. That's what they sort of trade in.
Sorry, my mom was over, so I had to mute.
Because that we're about to enter this city, and I suppose not by the most graceful manner, are there any outer defenses, like a gate or a wall to this city?
The city is walled off on either side, to the south and to the north, by a large netting with barbed bone hooks. We have guards watch out for monitoring darkness for any threats alarming the rest of the folk. My people themselves, 500 strong, are their own militia.
Burke contemplates that and says, I don't know about the rest of my group, but I certainly don't plan on making an enemy of an entire people or an entire city of people.
I would hope you don't. These are my people.
Is there anyone you think that we could reach out to that could maybe help us from the inside to make people understand that we're not here to harm them?
We must speak to our priest, the head honcho, whose name he said like 4 times, Plop Lupine. A familiar name to some of you. Check out your bond.
Yeah, I got there. Oh.
Do you think there's a chance that Queen has been removed from power and this is the doing of some other entity or some other
explains how he traveled with you guys this entire time, and he only knows what you know because of that, right? He doesn't have insight into the city. It is as likely as it is unlikely. He does not know, and he's not an oracle that can make predictions. He really hopes that's not the case. But like,
when he
it would be foolish to say that's impossible. Mm-hmm.
She contemplates on the term oracle, and she turns back and looks at, let me get names, at Bubido. Lovely little...
He's making a little statuette out of the bones of one of Koto, just sort of stacking his spine, the skull on top of it, and making the fins sprout in different angles, and he's trying to like assemble the symbol into a little like bone statuette. His hands are like all bloodied over, and he just sort of stares at you like, huh?
Bubido, you wanna come over here for a sec?
I'm busy.
She looks at Eric. Eric, you want to take a second? I just want to go talk to Budo.
Sure.
She leaves the edge for Eric to take her shift. She walks over to Bubido as he continues to play with the little statue. Bubido, you always seem to know what could happen. What does the goddess say now? You say she always has a plan.
I have a plan, for I am that very god. He tosses a bunch of bones before his bloody bony altar. The auguries speak to our success. We are on the path. We should strike forth and hurry. Boats are means to cross the waters, and crossing them waters are means of getting to Grekelstuch, where destiny awaits.
Well, thank you, Bubido, and I'll leave you to your god, to your statue here. And she kind of goes back to Eric and kind of like shares what she's trying to contemplate. Eric, I don't know what to make of this situation.
Well, even if there's no way to bring them back, if we're lucky, there's only a small but powerful faction of them that's been driven to this madness that's taking over the village. And majority of them are still sensible.
She looks out over the water and a little disheartened. She's like, I surely hope so, because I really don't want to go through this again. This is just heartbreaking. And she
Whatever.
Sorry?
Keep going.
I was just gonna say, and with that, she sits down cross-legged and continues her vigilance, looking out over the water.
Mm-hmm. Duma, keeping watch over the group, gazing over the waters and back into the dim light of the crystals, you see one of the silhouettes stir amid the roped individuals. The monitor, having awoken, has one of his eyes semi-open, and using his sharp claws, he's trying to tear away at the rope you've tied him. But having rolled a 17 stealth check over your 18 plus perception, you notice this.
Duma will stand up, walk over, pull his hand crossbow out, and say, I would suggest not doing that and actually talk to us.
He says in a language you don't understand, which does not translate in your brain, and he just continues to chafe the rope even faster with his claws.
Duma will step on his claws and Hey, Shushar, you want to come over and talk to your friend here? He's awake.
He approaches. In a guttural, deep, resounding voice, begins to speak. And this exchange just keeps on going for like a minute. Yeah, he turns to you and he starts speaking.
What? Deep speech or common? I know both, but I don't know what blah 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 blargy blarg blarg blarg.
He lifts up his like finger thumbs in a wait motion, fetches the little napping myconoid because you guys were doing a long short rest, wakes him up, picks him up, and gives him a little shake, and then just like swallows a little bit of his spores. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's not happy. And he smears a little bit of spores on one of your prisoners.
Looks down. I'm not expecting him to be happy with us, but I'm hoping he knows we're not trying to kill him. We're trying to understand.
He's aware that you're not trying to kill him, given that he is still alive, but he is not satisfied with his current predicament.
Can we give the spores to this guy too, so he can actually speak as well? Because maybe we can get some information for all of us about the city.
Shushar offers you a fistful of the myconid spores.
Duma will take them and literally look at him, force open his mouth, and just toss the myconoid into the guy's mouth. So he like consumes them. Now can we talk?
He glares at you. What do you want to talk about?
Why are you trying to sacrifice us to this deep father? We came here just to find boats and to move on. We don't want to harm you. We would like to free you and go into the city for trade. We're not looking for a problem. We just simply defended ourselves from being attacked. I'm gladly let you go with your life. I just want answers.
Make me a persuasion check.
Man, I wish I was good at this. 12.
Okay, delivering your speech there. This prisoner does not seem keen on giving away any of the plans of why it's here to capture you alive and bring it back to Sloobdulop. It doesn't cooperate. Just glares.
Well, maybe we'll just have to knock them out again and wait for one of the other ones to wake up to ask them. Maybe they'll be more compliant. But we don't want to hurt you. If anything, we'd free you if it wasn't for the fact we have a feeling you're going to bring more people back here to try killing us or capturing us for a sacrifice. Maybe you can go back with us.
We are Legion, a swarm that shall descend upon you. There are more of us lurking in the shadows, closing in. The waters are our territory, and you invade it. You shall find yourself on the altar in due time. If I fall, a dozen others shall rise. Lima Gungun will have his offering.
Lima Gungun? Is this your deep father?
Praise him.
His cheeks frill out as his fins spread out in an intimidating gesture of anger.
Tumo would just simply smile behind his mask and look to Shushar. Is there anything else we can glean from him? I don't want to kill him. And I also don't want him to run back to his little other flippers, and bring them towards us. What would you suggest, Shushar?
Then I'll do it, says Bupido. You can see he already has a knife in his hand.
I agree with Bupido. We cannot let them be.
It seems that ruining the mark did nothing to alleviate.
You can see rising behind Bupido is a complete makeshift altar he made, complete with a symbol and a place for a body to be laid down. He even prepared some ropes that he has sort of nailed to the ground to tie a victim.
I say we give them a taste of their own medicine. Sacrifice me, the divine Bupido? I think not.
Doom is wondering how Shushar's reacting to all this.
Shushar is not a fan of all this violence, but he's also not going to intervene.
Shushar, are any of these people here friends of yours?
I do not know anymore. I do not know who they are. They do not behave like themselves. Driven mad by some dogma of a foreign god.
Oh, I do hope that Plopper Ping is safe.
Him and I did not see eye to eye all the time, but
he does not deserve this.
We'll do what we can for Plopapine. We'll try to get there and not harm him. I don't want to harm any of your friends or any of the villagers. But the soldier within me is telling me that we should not let these ones return.
Bupido's sweating. Palms shaking, with the dagger in his hand, just impatiently staring at the Koto in front of him, just waiting for you to say the word.
Brooke rushes forward towards Bupido and goes to disarm him, contesting his acrobatics dexterity. Dodging.
oh wait.
Yeah.
He turns his blade towards you.
Brooke, completely unfazed at having the weapon pointed at her, is just no person, no matter who they are, deserves to be sacrificed. There's one thing of dying on the battlefield for whether it's survival or something you believe in, but no person, no creature deserves to be sacrificed.
Okay.
He's right.
Yes,
You're
sir.
starting to act. You're starting to act a little crazy yourself, Bupido. It's one thing to simply kill an enemy, but sacrificing them to a god, even if you've been helping us, it's a little far.
What god are you sacrificing to, Bupido?
Me. I do this for me, for my own survival. This is the Underdark. You don't live and survive in the Underdark by being nice to one another. Survival of the strongest, I say. They attacked us.
I mean, you're not wrong, but still, no need for sacrifices or rituals or anything like that.
I had my fill of being a slave, a prisoner. I will not be caged again. Not by these, not by the drow, not by the bloody dwarves.
Oh, can I do an inside check into Bupido? Because it seems from the prison to now, his personality has altered drastically.
You don't need an
I'm
insight check
wondering-
to if both the character and the player can think that, yeah.
Has something taken over his mind, or is taken over his mind? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Through
Roll me an
the
insight check.
wasn't-
Yeah.
Insight, investigation, insight. 11, shit.
He seems to be of his own volition and mind.
Eric is gonna sort of like try to pin his arms and
Yeah,
pull
he swipes
him
at you, just
away.
steps away.
I'm grappling him, and I'm gonna try and pull him away.
it's treason then.
Off with his head.
Okay, I see things are getting spicy, but what's your solution with these guys?
Okay, so you
Eric,
pin this short ass old man. You hear like some bones crack.
oh god. Eric holds him in place away from the tied up cultist fish, and he says, "Duma, just execute them normally."
That's what I was doing!
No, you weren't.
Duma looks at Shushar and with his sad look, I'm sorry, but would you please walk away from this? I do not want you to see this.
You would deny me their blood!
Shusha walks toward the water and goes to meditate, having had too much of this.
For goes to join Shushar because she also has no taste for this. She's, like I said, very disheartened at everything that's happened. She goes to join Shushar.
As they leave, Duma waits until they're away from what's going to happen, and Duma looks down at the Otoa and says, "The Deep Father will not accept your life, but your soul will find peace within the Raven Queen's embrace. I am sorry that it came to this, as I'm sorry that this fight was needless, but I hope you find peace, and you will not be in distress for much longer." And he will just release a hand crossbow bolt between his eyes.
Drown your soul!
And Duma, through each one, will pull out the arrow and go to each one and say a prayer for the Raven Queen to guide their souls and guide them to peace, not to the Deep Father, but to the Sea Mother, to whom they actually have prayed to, and hope that they will find rebirth in a new life, perhaps away from all this chaos, perhaps through all this madness. And one by one, Duma will put an arrow through each of their heads to put them to a permanent sleep.
Pupito, with his face pressed into the dirt, chuckles with each death.
You're no different than me. You too see it.
But
Duma looks over
they
at
perish.
Bupido and says, "The only difference is I don't need a shrine to sacrifice them. I'm not trying to cause or mutilate their soul. I'm simply hoping that they'll pass and find peace, where I hope everybody does when they die. And if I was to die, I know where my soul will go. I just wish everybody else will also find the same peace." And then Duma will go and finish his meditation, and the entire time be muttering under his breath and prayers to the Raven Queen.
As you go to turn toward the hill where you came from, you see several figures standing, watching what you have just done. At the head of them is a taller Kuotoa with a scepter gilded and topped with like a lobster figurine. You would expect these Kuotoa to attack or look in awe and shock at what you've just done, but no. The individual among them smiles at your act.
Duma turns to look at him in the scepter. "May I ask what your name is?"
I am Plopin, Archpriest of the Sea Mother, Sloobdulop. She answers my prayers, and she has seemed to have answered them by delivering you. Help us, and you will be awarded for your service. Come, approach, slayer of the heretics.
You see Flint's ear perch when he heard that voice and that name. Bloop bloop blim! We see each other again.
Ah, Flint Fluflam. It is good to see you, old friend. But what are you doing in the depths once more?
As the last time, I got lost. I have a different crew this time.
Old
You can
habits
take us
die
out.
hard.
Oh, you don't know. But you say like this heritage. Do they live in the town or they live outside of it?
They come from home, infecting it like an infection. The inhabitants of Sloobdulop have lived in harmonious service to the will of the Sea Mother for some time. Oh, there were the occasional visionaries who stirred up trouble.
He casts a wall-eyed glance at Shushar.
But nothing of any great concern. Alas, a few weeks ago, Blooply Bloop, my own daughter, experienced a powerful vision of Lima Gungun the Deep Father, proclaiming him the new god of her people. She has backed up her claims with a great increase in her magical powers, and new followers have flocked to her. We are now split in two, fighting amongst ourselves. The followers of the Deep Father have been making an increasing number of offerings on his altar, killing blood sacrifices, then casting bloody chum into the waters of the Dark Lake, where it is consumed by something.
He grows very distant-eyed and terrified of that, staring into the dark, murky waters of the Dark Lake.
Duma looks over at Flint. Looks up at Plupine.
Who skids down the cliff and begins circling Flint like over and over as he speaks, never staying still. Sort of like a fish above water swimming about amongst its number. Constantly
Since you're
walking, yeah.
Since you're a friend of my friend, I'll gladly accept any aid from you, and I'm sure everybody else here would as well. And if you're able to find a safe place for us, we'll gladly speak and see what we can do to help you. As you can see, some of us are extremely injured and rest is much needed. But I'm sure that we could find something to do to help you, and perhaps in return, whatever aid you can help us with.
As you speak, he approaches you close enough to sort of grace his gilded scepter upon your armor and your weapons.
Yes, this will do. An answer to our prayers, brethren. Behold, brothers and sisters, surface dwellers. Your arrival is no mere coincidence, but a sign from the depths. Bildulpoop, our beloved Sea Mother, has blessed us with your presence to aid in our sacred cause. Sloobdulpoop is in turmoil, torn asunder by the whispers of false gods. But fret not, for I, Blubblubin, chosen vessel of Blibdulpoop, have communed with the depths and received a revelation. You are the key. You are not mere captives, but instruments of divine will. The Deep Father's minions thirst for your flesh, but we shall turn their hunger against them. You shall be our bait. our offering of discord to sow chaos within their ranks. We shall present you as tokens of peace and reconciliation to infiltrate the enemy's lair. There, amidst their foul rites, you shall unleash the fury of the Sea Mother, disrupting their blasphemous ceremonies and striking fear into their faith-crazed hearts. And fear not, for your service shall be richly rewarded. The treasures of the deep shall be yours, and the blessings of the Sea Mother shall follow you in the depths of her embrace. What say you?
Brooke rejoins the group from the water's edge as she hears the commotion and catches the end of it. I don't know about the rest, but I'm not keen on going in for murder. Have you guys seen any way that these, I'll call them deserters, have you seen any evidence that they can be persuaded to give up their folly in some way? Because these people don't seem just persuaded, they seem mentally bound, almost unnaturally.
Bah! He emits a weird, disgusting sound with his mouth that emits forth several bubbles and gestures with his hand in a dismissive gesture.
We shall purge them. You shall play your part. Willingly or...
And he gestures toward the, Kuotoa in his midst, their weapons at the ready.
Can you give us time to rest some more before we do this? Because if I get stabbed once, I won't be of much use.
He simply nods his head once.
Looking to the rest of the group, Duma will say, it is not a best circumstance for us, but it is a way for us to get through. And Brooke, I do know that this is not your cup of tea, perhaps, but when you're down in the Underdark or down in an area we do not know, we must rely on everything we have. Our wits and even our strength.
To give Megan a chance at diplomacy here, Megan, what are you offering as an alternative? Because their plan is they're having a schism of religions in their city and they're looking to purge it away by using you guys as bait. You're saying, well, can't we talk it out? That's not going to work. If it worked, he wouldn't have need for you guys.
So she thinks about it. You seem to be a people that admires feats. The show of action, the unexplainable. If it's a miracle that seems to have raised or rallied these disbelievers, as you so say, to another deity, could we not persuade them in the same kind of fashion, perhaps, by maybe manufacturing another miracle in the opposite way? Back towards the Deep Mother.
Okay, so if I'm a Christian man and I believe in God all my life, or at least, I've newly converted, for example, you're going to come along and offer me a new God to replace my God, telling me I'm wrong. How do you think I'm going to react? Right? Probably.
You said that all these people converted recently.
So, Pluplupin's daughter had a vision of some deep father and has presented forth evidence by increasing her power and gathering a cult following, right? She has converted a lot of people with this sort of gesture and has now followers. So this is a real thing, and Koto are super faith crazed, right?
Exactly.
If you come up with a plan to convert him away from this god, perhaps it will work. But I'm gonna ask that you if you're trying to persuade him, give him a concrete plan of how to do that. Because the way he sees it, he wants to purge them away. He wants to kill away this branching of his people like cutting away a cancer. To him, they're just heretics, not believing in the Sea Mother.
Would you not rather they rejoin the fold, that they be cured?
If he explains that if there was such a possibility, he would have already taken it.
I can't say I know very much about the Deep Mother, and maybe with some education, though, it looks like we might not have the time for such things.
What do you wish
There
now?
is a way.
The Deep Mother would...
If it was a vision and the increase of power that created the belief in this Deep Father, what is it that made the rise of the Deep Mother? What's the origin of that?
Just Tom is struggling with the question, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're questioning like a very core principle for an entire race of like explain your religion away, and I'm trying to like come up with a good answer, but
Well,
I'm
I'm
just
just trying to figure out. There must be, every religion has. Some
you're saying why can't we convert them by persuading them that your God is true? And I'm like, well, they can do just the same. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to gain a cult following by being like, you know, you guys believe in the Sea Mother, she's a false god. You know, the Deep Father, we have evidence of his power. We have his chosen demonstrating power. You guys should convert to our side. So both sides are now in conflict, warring against each other. And
basically, I'm trying to figure out some kind of maybe history or event that led to the rise, led to the belief of the deep Mother, and try to either remind or replicate some historical event that happened.
I guess you'll have to go on the knowledge you have, which your character being foreign to Dundark does not have much.
Fair enough.
From Ploplupain's point of view, he has a plan. It's a very solid plan that he has devised and divined and communed with his goddess to form, and he's on the route of either you collaborate with us, have been delivered to us, either you collaborate with us willingly, or we'll capture you and you'll, you know, you can fight, but we'll capture you and you'll go with my plan. That's the two ways he sees this. Unless you offer him something better, which is you're trying to grasp at the goddess you don't understand, at a situation you're an outsider to when he has a solid plan. So kind of an uphill battle here. Unless the party has any other insight, of course. You're free to speak as well.
The only way forward, so
it's not the only way forward, and I never like when players say that. It's an open story. You can literally just walk away from all of this and pursue another road, right? What does your character want to do, Greg?
Get out of here.
Well, what does Darks want right now?
Get to the surface.
Okay, how do you intend to get to the surface?
Whatever means. That's why I say it's if they're offering us a way to progress,
they're offering you boats across the lake.
Mm-hmm.
If you help them, which will, according to your companions, just so we're all on the same page, if you get their boats, then Bupito said you can use the boats to get to Grakelstuch, which is the city of blades of the dwarves in the Deru, which you can find a guide there to the surface. It's essentially traveling the Dark Lake side from the deep end of Dark up to the surface, right? On the higher elevations to the upper Dark. Is the reason why Shusha recommended going here. Of course, there are other paths, other roads you can take. I just want your character to have like some notion of what he wants, right? And then what the group wants. So what does the group want?
Go ahead, Flynn.
Plupling saved my life once. And I haven't paid that debt.
You can call me Poop for short.
Thank you. Drew.
We're
It's
friends.
nice to know that we are that comfortable with each other now. Yeah, I wish to help him in his dilemma. While I don't like hurting his daughter, she made like the best fish stew. If there is
You
no way, I get it.
you never met her.
I never. Oh,
I'm sorry to know you, but it's very important that you've never met her. Yeah.
I confuse her with the maid. I'm sorry.
Fair
yeah.
enough.
What did you do with the maid?
I'd rather not talk about it. It was 2 years ago, okay?
Is that why whenever you see a fish, you never really want to eat it?
I swear away that I will never eat a fish again.
Fish are delicious. They're fishermen.
Not this one.
They eat fish.
Sorry.
So yeah.
Can you imagine Humblewood going to like a ranch farm and it's just like a goat man with a bunch of like animal goats? Like, yep, it's a lie. It's a living.
Yeah.
It's a
That's
living.
life. That's life. But yeah, Blue helped me, and I'm sure he will do it again. And I feel more comfortable traveling by water than walking these caves.
From your time spent around the Kuoto, you get their faith fever that they have, their crazed ways. And from what you can recall, just to give the party a little bit of insight into the Sea Mother, now that I've thought about it, the origins of it, from what you recall, are some Kuotoa, long time ago, found a statue in the bottom of a lake, like Little Mermaid style, just found a statue of like this broken, like nude woman, human or elf or whatever, just a body, no arms, nothing. And it was like, I'm gonna make art out of this, and attached like lobster claws and like a lobster head on top of her, and believed, along with his friend, so fervently that his creation was so beautiful that it was a goddess. And like orcs from Warhammer, Kuotoa, whatever they believe, manifests into reality. If they believe strong enough, it becomes a reality. Ever since then, it became their, like, number one deity.
Cool, so they found the Venus de Milo and gave it lobster claws. Love it.
Sure. But, like, it's the miracle of their faith of immaterials into, like, physical form and actual power by them just believing it. The lightning, the control was like a gift bestowed upon their self-fulfilled faith.
As much as I don't like the idea of needlessly killing, as this is Flint's friend, and I do support in him in helping somebody who saved his life. As a soldier, I can follow these orders quite easily. I don't know if anybody else can feel the same, but this is probably safer for all of us this way than going back to the caves, since none of us know the way, and we don't have yuck yuck or spider bait anymore.
I wouldn't say we're being ordered, but I'm fine with going along with the plan.
If we're able to wait about 4 hours, that would be good for me before we get enslaved again for a time.
Brooke looks around and closes her eyes and tries to focus on a particularly toothy smile, toothy grin, and takes a deep exhale. I don't like any of this that's happening, but I have to focus on what's important to me, and I need to keep moving forward. I have someone to find.
You feel stool nuzzle at your heel.
She picks up the little myconite and kind of just she kind of just nods her head to Blue Clean, and then kind of just walks away and goes to stand by Prince Darendelle,
Over your shoulder, Stool just sort of waves one of his appendages at the various Kotoa. Entertained at their presence, new creatures for him, he emits a childlike laughter. A little boy's laughter as you take your place by Darendil.
Brooke kind of just gives him a little, with her index, kind of strokes his cheek in affection.
He makes a squeaking sound like a dog's toy being squeezed.
She lets off a soft giggle and just tries to take her mind off of what's about to happen.
Upapine, do you think you can wait 4 hours before you capture us?
He
and
again
offer us up?
nods once, like he did last time I asked him this.
Yeah. No, the last time was just a short time. It was actually for a full 4 this time, so I was just making sure. Are you guys okay with this?
What if we, instead of 4 hours, we do like the whole time, like 7, 8, like.
Long rest.
We can do a long rest if Upapine will allow it, but from how he's acting, I'm sure he can keep us safe for that time.
And Shushar advises on top of that even though you guys are being actively pursued by the Drow, it is perhaps something to your favor that the Drow are less than keen to agitate the Kotoa for no good reason. They will have the disadvantage of numbers and you'll have the safety among their numbers, so. This close to the city, they might start a hoo-ha, so it is unlikely that they're going to pursue you while you stay near Sloobdulop. Though they will close in distance on you guys, so you're aware.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If that is the group's vote, then I'm gonna get you guys to complete a long rest as, I guess, how about this? Because this doesn't make sense for them to just chill out for 8 hours. Upapine invites you over to be escorted by his troop to his quarters where you can rest.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought that's the plan.
Where they're stronger in number, he'd rather be amongst his hundreds of Kotoa than just this mere number. Though he holds faith in the powers of his goddess, he does not want to risk his plan.
How tall are the Kuatoa?
3 feet. Slouching.
Okay.
Some of them up to your knee, some of them up to your waist.
Because I'm assuming we're going to go to the town, and before we walk through the town, Doom is going to snap his fingers, and you'll see feathers wrap around him, and then fade away, and Doom is like a taller version of a Koatoa as he walks through with Upapine and everybody else. He just looks more like a fishman.
Okay.
And casts disguise self on him, so it looks like there's less people there.
It's the same amount of people, just one of them looks different. But yeah, sounds good. Kotor people. You begin your approach to Sloobdulop. From a distance, Sloobdulop looks like a massive tangle of reeds stretching up into the darkness, lit by glowing spots of phosphorescence. Upon closer approach, a series of rickety towers can be seen lashed together by rope and plank bridges set in haphazard patterns.
Before we keep going, can we take a break?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I gotta put the dog out.
Go ahead and take a break, guys.
Oh, you're back.
Who's still hanging out?
I'm here.
Here.
I'm here.
Thoughts?
The question was no, nothing really.
Really? You know me, I like feedback. Especially if people don't get to talk because, you know, other people are taking the limelight.
I've just been thinking about Eric's own like reaction to everything that's going on, how he would feel about it and stuff.
Go on.
I was thinking that it's very likely that that back where he grew up, that you know, a lot of nobles generally weren't very nice people, that they would let the power get to their heads and abuse it. That there's like a reason that they're taught from growing up not to show weaknesses even to those that they would consider to be allies. And it's possible that even that a couple of times maybe he's even seen like some public executions that were less than justified. And so though he's not happy about how this is turning out, it's easier to sort of harden his heart towards what's going on.
Can I
than
ask,
someone.
why is it that you're so unhappy with what is going on?
Because it kind of comes across as though people are being mind controlled, at least from his perspective.
I see them like fanatics. Like, I don't think it's my control. Like, unless we kill like a god, something like that. I don't know what will be like controlling them. But I feel we lost some points with Cupido today.
Why?
Because he was pushed to the ground. Or maybe killing them put them on balance, you know? Like net zero.
Praise crab.
If we push him to the ground.
Praise crab.
Praise crab. Ooh. Ooh. Time to get demonetized.
Why do you say that?
Because I found a picture of.
What their goddess or something?
Scroll up at your own risk.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
She has manifested.
Oh.
What about you, Ivan? Any thoughts?
No, I like the encounter. I just want to kill the fish people, but everyone likes them for some reason.
They're so
I
lucky.
don't see
One.
the
To kill
difference.
them in mass.
I mean-
like, you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, mass murder. No, it's just like I don't see the difference on these guys wanting to kill us than the drow trying to capture us. It's
That's a good
I
point.
didn't. I was not sure what was like why we were trying to keep them alive after they were like, no, we're gonna murder you because Deep Father wants it.
I think myself and Brooke were similarly under the impression that they don't really have all their free will at the moment.
Okay, I get it.
But if the rest of you think they're just fanatics, then it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I'm back.
Eric,
Yeah,
what do you do
learning.
with your
Yeah,
sword?
nothing.
Oh, I'll put it away, and I'll use I mentioned earlier that I was breaking off 3 fist size of those glowing crystals. I'll use that as light.
Carrying one in each fist?
I'll carry 2 in one fist. I'll like
You
both of
carry
them,
2
kind of.
fist-sized crystals in one fist?
Well, I imagine they're like
love it.
thin.
I imagine them
So, like,
fist-sized
it
because you
fits
said
perfect.
fist-sized. Maybe I'm going crazy. Okay, maybe I misheard you. I just imagine you
When something
carrying
is
fist-sized? Yeah?
fist sized, doesn't that mean like it fits perfectly in your fist when you like wrap your fingers around it?
Right. It fills your fist when you grab it. So carrying 2 in one fist would be really funny in my head. Because they're fist-sized.
Meaning that your hand's not big enough to hold 2 fist-sized rocks.
Not like perfectly, but can I like put them in between my fingers? I'll carry 1. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't
You
matter.
can carry 1 in either hand.
Yeah, you can put them between your fingers. That works. That works. It's fun. It's even funnier in my
I'll
head
just
now.
carry 1.
No,
I'll carry
carry
just
it between your fingers. Just play it out. Fucking punch somebody, like slap, bitch slap.
He has the might of the giants. That's why.
Okay, so go ahead and add 3 of those chunks to your inventory. And then go ahead and adjust your light so you can actually see where you're going. 10, 10.
I'm big.
You were allowed to keep your weapons about you and your gear, seeing as you're willing to follow the Koto and such. With their plan, you note that the herd of fishmen steer clear away from Eric's light. Like, they cannot suffer the bright light near him.
If you're looking for a fish term, it's called pod or school.
Thanks. Okay, can we continue then?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So you guys went to long rest. You approach Sloobdulop as I described it. It seems even above ground, the Koto built in line with their 3-dimensional aquatic sensibilities, constructing their great city as if it were underwater. Sloobdulop spreads out along the rocky shore of the waters of a broad cavern lake with high fences of woven netting to the south from where you approach of the village boundary. This is south. The cavern is almost entirely dark, except for a few spots of like very dim light from phosphorescent fungus and coral from glowing cavefish glands, or like these like starfishes on the ground and like their seaweed netting. As the Kuto recoil from areas of bright light, you carry forward. You see the bridges and platforms are like haphazardly strung throughout the city, connecting various levels of structures with each other, as well as crisscrossing open spaces. As you approach the gate and enter Sloobdulop, you pass by a makeshift gate amid a wall of heavy netting with sharp bones and hooks woven into them, and you pass by 4 guards, just sort of noting them, bearing these thorn spiked whips and more of those claw staffs. By the way, what did you guys do with the... Oh yeah, you slew them all. Never mind, you left their corpses behind. the prisoners, right.
Are we somewhere on the map?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And eventually you make your way along with the archpriest of the Sea Mother, all the way, grabbing you guys and sort of maneuvering you guys on the path he takes you. The map should be revealing itself as you guys pass along. Okay, don't move yourself, please. I'm trying to do something here. You proceed after he proceeds through the map, through the city. Around and around he goes, downwards. Until he eventually makes his way here. We are over yonder. A 9-foot tall statue stands at the center of the city. Its body is roughly carved from some kind of wood in the shape of a humanoid female. Its head and forearms formed from the severed head and claws of a giant albino crawfish. These parts are lashed on with strands of gut and emit an overpowering stench of rotting shellfish. Shells, brightly colored stones, mushrooms, and rotting fish are piled at the statue's feet and strung in garlands around its neck. 4 stern Kuotoa slowly circle the statue, alert and on guard, while a few others mill about, sort of lumbering about aimlessly or otherwise encircling the statue in reverence, or gazing up at the statue and bowing repeatedly while chanting. One of the stern Kuotoa turns its face sideways to stare at you with a walleye stare and points in your direction, gurgling out an exclamation. "Outsiders, come and bask in her glorious presence." As you gaze at the piles of shells, brightly colored stones, mushroom, and rotting fish at the statue's feet, it becomes evident that all creatures who come here are expected to make some form of tribute to Sloobdulop. I hate Koto fucking names.
What tributes are like laying around? Yeah, I think like the shells, the mushroom, the fish. Is that like the tributes or?
Make me a religion check with advantage, since you have spent some time around Kotoa from your bond.
Sure, religion. 13.
You recall something. As you contemplate what to do, you note one of the Kotoa approach the goddess's feet and begins regurgitating. The Kotoa around the vomiting individual cheer and chant. Sloobdulop, the scavenger goddess, finds favor in offerings of discarded and recovered items. The more personal, the better. The Kuo-toa's devotion to their deity is evident in their willingness to regurgitate offerings at her feet, a sincere display of faith that faithful Kuo-toa might exhibit, if given enough time for you guys to observe them.
Eric,
Okay.
upon smelling the rotten fish and clams and stuff, he like takes a step back, gets behind Darts, and he's trying his best not to make a face and just keep a neutral expression. And then he hears that they're expected to make an offering, and he's like, and he like whispers under his breath, he's like, "Oh God, I gotta get closer to it."
Plug your nose, you'll be fine.
No. Flint approach the altar and say to the group, "Do as I do." He brings out of his bag of his rags a horn of a dragon that we found. Being something that he admires, he put it on the feet of the statue, and then he started puking on top of it.
I'll cheer the Kuo-toa around him.
And yeah, he puked on top of the horn of the dragon.
Why were you so good at that?
It's not my first time.
Eric is like, "Yeah, I'm not puking." Blake, can you help me with something, though?
Who are you asking for help?
Flint.
Oh yeah. I heard that. Sorry. Yeah. Sure.
Eric is gonna take out two of the candles he had from his bag to ask him to light it.
You see a little flame appear on top of them as he breathed on them.
I'm gonna, while holding his breath, he walks forward to the statue, tries to place the candles down in front of it, and then walks back.
Nice, but you forgot to puke.
I'm not puking.
Puke.
Puke, 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 chant Kuo-toa around you. They begin to surround Eric.
Unfortunately, I've only been eating good berries for past couple
Puke,
days, so I just don't have a
puke,
lot in me.
puke, puke.
And
You
Darts
see-
is there saying the same thing.
Yeah, you see
You
Darts.
puke, and
he
then you
ta-
can say something to me.
Darts?
He takes a rock and starts recording it, like with magical tinkering.
Puke, puke, puke.
So he just records that. He offers it to the altar,
Puke,
so that whenever
puke.
time the thing's hit, it just repeats puke. And he's like, "Oh god, this is gonna suck," and he like forces himself to vomit. Oh wait, no, it's gonna go on the bear! No!
A few,
I didn't hear the last
a
part.
few rainbow-colored feathers intermingle with the vomit at the goddess's feet.
I'm gonna have to clean this beard.
A fine offering, puke, puke, puke.
Duma will walk forward, and even he would take out the 12 pounds of mushrooms that he has, and the other 15 pounds of food that's probably getting ready to spoil, and he dumps it at the feet of the Sea Mother. But also, he'll kneel down, and what he'll do is he'll cut his hand, and he'll bleed just in front of the altar, just not to get on anything, because The essence of life is what is important to Duma.
You see one of the monitors hiss at Duma and charge forth at him and grab his hand and sort of throw him like with a push that is awfully strong for such a minute thing as he pushes him away from the altar and fans out his frills and hisses. They did not like you offering blood at the feet of the statue.
Duma will say, I'm sorry. That's what's important to me is the essence of life. And blood is the sign of the essence of life. I did not mean to offend.
Okay. You don't need an insight check to tell that whatever you just did is, to these faithful of this particular god, what you just did is akin to like spitting in the holy water fountain at the entrance of a church. It's like sacrilegious what you just did.
Oh,
Information. Yeah. You recall what Plupin told you about the other faction who they are opposing, offering life sacrifices and blood sacrifices on an altar. So what you just did is very reminiscent of what the other faction is doing.
If you puke, they may forgive you.
Puke.
Sure, Duma will puke. We'll puke at the feet of the person who pushed him away and see if that's reasonable enough for him.
Plupin cast Cure Wounds on Duma, healing the wound he has caused to his arm.
So nice. Thank you, Plupin. I did not mean to offend. I follow the Raven Queen, which governs life and death. And to me and her faith, the essence of life is what's important. I did not mean to offend you or your followers. I do apologize.
Time is of the essence. We shall speak in my quarters.
And he points toward a rickety hovel nearby near a statue, toward the bottom floor. He walks past the pod of fishermen, still chanting puke around Eric as he walks into his hovel. His hovel in the north, whatever, his hovel here, whatever.
Where do we sleep?
Wherever you choose.
Duma will sleep in his hovel. Safer.
As you search for a place to rest, you theater of the mind, guys. Doesn't matter what the map is. We're not in combat. You follow Plupin to his little hovel, ramshackle as it is. His quarters near the shrine of the Sea Mother. Inside, a mean-looking Kuotowa whip meets your gaze with an annoyed look. The Kuotowa whip, evidently angry, begins to loudly yell at Plupin in Undercommon, which you understand.
Father, I see no need for outsiders to be involved in our sacred rituals. Our matters are our own.
But the archpriest dismisses his son's concerns with a negligent wave of the hand, saying,
You must flow with the currents of the goddess's visions.
The whip relents, but throws the characters a hostile glare. You can find rest here. Go ahead and finish a long rest, guys.
That whip, is it sentient?
A whip is a title. It's like a captain.
Oh, okay.
They have a whip serving the priest, like the right hand of a priest. And below the whip, they have the monitors. Monitors monitor the Kuotowa and keep an eye on them. There's a sort of hierarchy, and then you have the Kuotowa hunters.
Okay.
A whip is just a title for the right hand of the priest. Something that Shushar told you on the road in RP chat when he shared insight into the culture of the Koto. As you guys complete your long rest, by the end of it, word spreads around that outsiders have arrived in Sloobdulop. a dozen Kotoa, led by one marked with symbols and tribal markings drawn on his scales and blood, arrives at Pluplein's quarters. The blood-marked leader among them speaks to you and the archpriest, gurgling. By her holy command, you, your whip, and these prisoners will accompany us to see the archpriestess of the Deep Father. You get a chance to contemplate your next actions. Do you allow yourself to be escorted as prisoners, or do you do anything else?
I'm ready to be escorted.
Brooke looks at these Deep Father followers and steels herself. She just kind of just has like dead eyes at this point, knowing what has to be done to move forward. And she kind of just looks over to her shoulder, see nipples picking out from her hair, and says, "It's best you stay
Nipples.
in there, stay hidden until this is over." And
Before-
she's ready to be escorted.
Roll me a d20.
Before-
Roll me a d20 for Nibbles' dexterity stealth check.
Oh no! Oh no!
Don't have a sheet for him?
Roll me a d20.
Uh,
Just roll me a d20. And I will add a bonus for a mouse. Nice.
Nat 20!
He ninjas his way into your hair, avoiding perhaps ill fate should he be spotted. These bloodthirsty worshippers of the Deep Father will take any living sacrifice, including your little mouselings. So you best stay hidden.
Before they step out, Duma looks over at the whip and asks, "I can look like you if you want, and if you wish to stay here, we'll go."
That will defeat the whole purpose of you being here.
Well, no, he would just be incognito, and he'll pop out when everything happens. That's more what it was trying to do, have somebody on the outside for something to occur. That's all.
If the party is okay with that plan, he considers it and he seems okay with it, yeah.
Would the party be okay if Duma acted as the whip for the Pluplin and escort you guys?
I'm not against it. I'm just not sure what the objective is to doing that.
I think it's to be able to enact surprise.
When the shit goes down, to having a surprise opportunity, yes.
I mean, they are enemies, so it's not like you're the whip of the other faction. But it's okay if you wanna do it. Yes. I'm not sure if we'll get the surprise with that.
Okay, then I won't do it then if you guys don't want to. I'm good. Okay.
Oh.
We'll just go.
Show us the way. Whip.
Right. You are escorted to the altar of the Deep Father near the docks, where Bleep Pod, the daughter of the... I'm just going to refer to them by their titles. The daughter of the Archpriest awaits you. Oh, I have a handout for the altar. That's cool. We're going to go over and migrate you guys. Eric, along with him, northward. You approach this altar. Within reason, you guys can place yourselves around this area where you think you would be. Just group yourself up as if you're being escorted as prisoners. And I'm going to look up the handout of what you guys are looking at. There it is. Behold, the idol to Lima Gungun, the Deep Father, consists of a large hide cut roughly in the shape of a manta ray and stretched out on cords between two support pools. A dead, splayed out manta ray-like creature is pinned to the center of the hide. 2 dead octopuses are draped across the top, their tentacles pinned and artfully arrayed, their heads tied together and painted with red and blue pigments. The idol reeks of decay, and the broad stone altar below the idol is stained dark with blood. A half-dozen Kuo-toa worship at the altar, cleaning up and arranging offerings. Some hold bloodied knives used to butcher live sacrifices set upon the dais. Others self-mutilate in reverence, carving symmetrical symbols into their own flesh and smearing blood on the altar stone. At the sight of you, they cheer, and one of the Kuo-toa screams out in madness, pointing its knife in a condemning gesture as if to say, You are next onto the altar. You note the latest sacrifice appears to be a familiar-looking steeder spider, which has been gutted, but not before taking out a couple Kuo-toa with it, which also lie amid the sacrifices.
Oh, the Dwargar.
Bound and gagged against the far wall is a Dwargar prisoner. You recognize him. It's Hameth. Hameth Xundum, the traitor.
That's unfortunate.
Wait, do y'all recognize him? I don't remember this person.
You don't remember
He was the
Hameth?
trader you bought your fine clothes from.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me
As
deja
soon as I
vu.
saw the picture. Yeah.
Deja vu, the last thing. Oh, Artrude, can you hear me? And then, who is this person?
Treasure rises and piles around in a bloody offering as bloodied coins intermingle with the guts and the stench of the altar. Plop Lupine, the archpriest of the Sea Mother, steps forward across the span of the altar toward the Kuo-toa waiting for him there. The time has come, he says, for us to acknowledge your divine vision and welcome it. I have brought these as offerings. He gestures toward all of you, standing within a circle of guards that have sort of encircled you at this point. Will you not accept them? You are wise, father, the younger archpriestess replies. I accept your offering in the name of the deep, father. May their blood nourish and strengthen him. A burbling cheer goes up from the surrounding Kuo-toa, their fists raised in the air. The Kuo-toa parade around the altar in a wide circle as they chant. Part of their path sends them splashing and wading through the shallows of the dark lake. Let me change up the music a little bit here. There we go. More ritualistic. Bloop Bleep Pod, the archpriestess, calls for the sacrifices to be brought forth. The Kuo-toa, one per character, jump to do her bidding. They prod you with their spears to herd you toward a slight depression 20 feet from the altar, with a large grate at its center. You can see that the stonework of the depression is stained with blood of innumerable sacrifices, as you can hear the gentle lapping of the dark lake coming up through the grate. The chanting grows louder. As the sacrifices are brought forward, Bloop Bleepod, the archpriestess, gestures toward the altar. Guys, place yourselves as you would around, sort of position yourself as the plan unfolds. As in, you subtly take positions.
So this one is bloop bloop bloop.
You
Or it's
can no longer tell who's who. That is actually part of this encounter. I will not tell you who's who anymore. Exactly. If you didn't keep track of them somehow, they all intermingle in the ritual.
okay.
Fun stuff, right?
Oh,
You can tell.
I mean-
You can tell the obvious. This is Pluplupin. He holds a scepter.
okay.
This is his daughter, Blop Bleephood. Blop. Look how it's called Blop. Okay?
Okay.
She's like, you know, she has this symbol, the Y symbol across her face, and sort of winding around her eyes, and she's covered in these bloodied runes all over her body, and her hands as well are stained black and red with pigments and blood. So you can tell who are the two leaders. Otherwise, the Kuchos, you can't tell who's on whose side anymore.
Okay.
The chanting grows louder. As the sacrifice is brought forward, Blop gestures toward the altar. Then, when that's the moment, that's when chaos breaks. Plop suddenly attacks, striking with his scepter, hitting his daughter across the face. Courtois, loyal to him, surge forward to attack, while the guards that brought you forward stand in shock. Roll for initiative.
Oh, it'll be so much fun. Oh, why did I waste a nat 20 on that?
You really wanted to go first?
Maybe.
Oh, hey, nat 20 bros, let's go.
Let's go,
Damn,
Dart.
I didn't even roll badly. I'm still last.
But I suppose amongst the 5 of us, you have the lowest initiative, like just initiative bonus.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna bet?
My dex is awful, but I still keep doing amazing on the dex saving throws.
Okay, where will we stand on initiative rules here? As the first strike lands and surprise and chaos spreads throughout, Duma, you're first to act. Pulling your hidden weapons. What do you do?
Duma, seeing Blueprint go right for his daughter, makes a nod, realizing that the best way to cut off the head of, best way to deal with a cult is to cut off the head of the snake. He'll raise his hand up and snap his fingers as feathers fall from the sky and the mark of the Raven's wing appears on the center of her forehead. And Duma will raise up his hand crossbow and fire with sharpshooter.
Who do you fire upon?
Bloop la doop. I know her father's
Blop.
fighting her.
Right.
Blop. So he's shooting Blop. Oh, natural 1. And this is all dark. Is this darkness over here?
Yes, the entire village is darkness.
So would I have advantage then? Because I'm invisible in darkness?
Yep. Yeah, they rely on dark vision. No. You know why? Because I explained this before, because Shishore explained this to you. They have otherworldly perception. Are you within 30 feet of her?
Oh shit.
She can
Jaws.
perceive you. Yeah.
So then... Alright. These are crates behind here?
Yep.
Duma will jump behind crates for cover, and then do a second shot at her.
Disappearing into the gloom. Go for it.
Advantage. Natural 20.
Strike for damage.
Well, she has... So that'd be 10, that'd be 19, plus another d8, 7, plus a d6. 6. So that'd be 19, 25, 32 damage.
Nice.
Nice.
and then Duma will drop and hide behind there.
Darts.
Alright. I'm tempted to go damage. I'm probably gonna go damage for this because it looks a lot and it's absolute chaos. So, these guys up here, I am going. What's
Yeah.
up?
No, do your thing. Do your thing.
I'm not too sure if they're on our side. All I know
I
is
am not
this.
in the game. Do what your character would do. And don't look at my face.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what I'm
Okay.
thinking? Do you want to know why I'm laughing?
No.
Because-
No.
because-
I never looked.
Because this is the altar, right? Around them are the fighters. Some of them shocked, some of them scrambling about, others taking advantage of the surprise. These are just guarding the docks. They're just guards.
Well, too bad.
He's just like, you're in the wrong spot.
they're just some fishermen coming back from like fishing trips in the lake or some shit. You're like, ah!
this one in particular. I'm gonna summon Ruby Ruin. And I'm gonna freaking 16, does that hit?
Yeah.
8 force.
A shot rings out as you shoot the monitor in the face.
And then with my main action I'll do hand crossbow. Does a 13 hit?
13 mates and beats.
For 4 pierce.
Yep.
And that's my turn.
Blop, the archpriestess, takes the arrow shot, reeling back and rejoicing in the violence of it all. Cackling in madness, she smears her own blood upon the altar and accepts the blessing, and you can see shadows move from the altar dark as the blood coalesces up her body and infuses her with power that she begins to crackle with energy. What can I do with this? Control water. What can I do with this? My turn to control water.
Don't don't do it, Tom.
What can I do with control water? She has a pool of water right there. It's a big fucking spell. I wish I had separated this. What can I do with this? I'm gonna open it so I can read it in a better format. 1 second, guys.
You can
Control
split it. You
water.
can create a whirlpool.
1R. Control water. Do I need a body of water? I can flood. You cause the water level of all standing water in the area to rise as much as 20 feet. If the area includes shore, the flooding water spills over onto dry land. Perfect. If you choose an area in a large body of water, you instead create a 20-foot tall wave that travels from one side of the area to another, crashing. Any huge or smaller vehicles in the wave are carried. Any huge, smaller vehicles, what about creatures? It's just for mobility! What about...
No, the other ones, I don't think you have to do. You can do it.
What do you mean? I want to flood a wave.
We need to be in the
I
water.
want to flood a wave, search forth the shore to like sort of bludgeon against you guys, but it's just for movement. Lame.
Tom can't have
Yeah.
nice things.
Lame.
Like,
Summon a tsunami.
it's
I'm-
really strong when we are in the water. Like, it
Yeah.
destroys.
What you're looking for is an 8th level spell, I believe.
Tidal
Okay.
wave.
Spells do what they do. I treat you guys the same way. I'm not gonna just homebrew raves up here. I'm gonna look up another spell. What can I do? Ooh! In her madness, she casts, I don't care, Spirit Guardians. At 5th
Oh,
Counter spell. Counter spell.
He's taking all of our favorite spells.
Can you show me the spell? I hate Roll20 sometimes, I swear. Okay, because I never get to actually cast the fun spells. I finally get to play a cleric of some god, Spirit Guardians. What do you do?
Kill people.
Right?
Run away.
Guardians.
At,
This time it's not cheese.
Yeah,
It's
they basically just stand guard.
Yeah, guys, give me a second here. I bear with you guys. Bear with me. She calls forth these malevolent spirits that appear fiendish, bi-headed, like the octopus upon the altar, wriggling with tentacles that sort of send inky, oily trails in their wake. They flit around her in like sort of 15 feet from her in an arc. When she casts a spell, she can designate any number, so she designates her own followers to be safe from the spell, but everybody else will be affected by it. An affected creature's speed is halved in the area. When the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts a turn there, it must make a wisdom saving throw, taking damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and make an aura around her as she concentrates on spell, 15-foot wide aura around her token, and I'm gonna color it this nice inky black, or you know what? Let's do like a bloody red. There we go, and players can see it. Save. Can you see, guys, the aura around her?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, Brooke and Eric, make me wisdom saving throws, please. The DC will be 14 against 30 necrotic damage.
Jesus Christ, 30?
Yeah, she casted it. She, 5th level.
What level?
What did you say DC was?
30.
14. It's right there on the chat. Oh, no, it's not. I'm rolling in secret. I'm sorry.
You didn't post anything in the chat.
I did, but I rolled in secret. It's DC 14. 1-4. I'll go ahead and toggle off Whisper. There we go.
How much health do you have, Brooke?
So, Eric, you meet and beat the DC. Your wisdom saves you as you put your will to the test. Getting bludgeoned by the inky darkness, you take half damage, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. Let me... I wish I had the spell description in a better format that's like...
It's 30.
The creature takes half as much damage. Okay, nice. And you see the Archpriest Ploop brace himself with his golden scepter against the spell as he too makes a wisdom saving throw. Being a priest himself, he probably will be able to save against it. We'll see. Wisdom 14. Yes, he saves, taking 15 necrotic damage.
Upcast that?
Hmm?
Did she upcast that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, level 5.
Yes. Whoever's measuring distance, can you stop? Meg, you put a ruler over my own token and I can't click it anymore.
That's not me.
Duma, sorry, yeah. Whoever is that color. Can you delete your...
I don't... What ruler?
Okay, I'll just restart my Roll20.
I don't
Yeah, I
even
think it's
see a
bugged.
ruler.
On top of all these sheets, I have like rollers all over my screen, so I guess they're just lagged out. I wasn't able to click on anything.
That happens sometimes. You drag a ruler and it kind of just stays there until you refresh.
I don't
Are
think
you
I
down,
haven't
Brooke?
even dragged anything this round.
Well, it's your colors, so I don't know. Something happened. I guess you were measuring on your turn or something. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah, 15 damage to my priest as his scepter cracks under the spell. Then we have... She's holding on to the spell, concentrating upon it. That's my action. I want to make sure that during this boss fight I'm using all my actions. Do I have any bonus action cantrips? Guidance, Sacred Flame, Thaumaturgy? I don't. Okay.
They don't exist, or there is like 2 only.
Excellent. Okay, so we have then monitors surging forth. I'm just gonna flavor because it's a big old battle. Monitors allied with the Archpriest surge forth and begin slaying worshippers of the Deep Father throughout. They're gonna go ahead and roll a 1d4, slaying 4 Kotoa warriors near them. Dot 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 as they surge forth and slay more. Just gonna run like that. Okay, cool, Leo. As they thin their numbers and we continue the surprise round, we have Brooke.
Have any temporary HP before we started this, right? Because long rest.
Yeah, we should have.
Yep. Okay, yeah. So
No.
Sounds like it was forgotten.
down from upcasted, spirit guarded, guardian. So okay, that's
Yep.
Yay! Yay!
You have 0 HP?
Yep.
I don't know why, but your token was not showing it. The fisherman you attacked, Darts, enraged, charges forth at you. Protecting his boat and his net of fishes, he drops it on the ground and gets out his pencil staff and attempts to sort of root you with it, striking for 11 to hit. I believe that's a miss against Duma.
Either.
What?
Sorry,
Darts.
Darts. Sorry. Then against Darts, I have an 18 and 25 to hit with a couple of unarmed fist attacks. As you see him lash out with his webbed fingers, they crackle with arcane lightning. Fists hit for a total of 8 bludgeoning damage and 9 lightning.
See, that's why you hit the fisherman. Apparently they can attack that many times, Jesus.
Jesus.
Flint.
Okay, how tall is this house, Tom? Sorry.
It's a rising. It's rising for like 5 stories high, but there are various planks and stuff that you can climb up on.
Okay, cool. You see, like around the battlefield, there are 2 wingers running between your legs. They are hidden, and they have one of those light crystals in their hands. And you see Flint bring one out in him, and it starts glowing, and all the crystals start glowing around the Archpriestess.
What do you do with the crystal to make them glow? This is important.
Yeah, I do moonbeam. That's it.
Oh, you're just flavoring your spell. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were actually using the Eric crystals. Okay. Moonbeam.
Yeah, sorry. I was.
Silver beam of pale light shines down a 5-foot radius. Where do you shine down onto?
Yeah, in this spot.
This spot?
Yeah.
Moonbeam. Give me that token.
I think it's this 5x5. 5 radius. So yeah.
Is it 5x5?
Yeah.
5-foot
I
radius,
use it
my
last-
friend. It's 10 by 10. Because 5-foot radius.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I was suffering with that one, to be honest.
When a creature enters the spell area for the first time, it rolls what? Constitution.
Constitution. I have to wait till her turn. Right now, it doesn't do it.
When it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, meaning now.
No, like if you see the spell Spirit Guardian, it makes the difference. The Spirit Guardian says when you cast this and a creature enters.
Yes. So Moonbeam, second line, when a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn. Let me DM. It's all good. That's how the spell works.
Yeah.
So she enters the spell's area for the first time.
Constitution 17.
I am just looking for Constitution here. 19.
Half damage. 3.
Some of the light cascades off her flesh, off her skin, and deflects away from him, refracting off as this anti-light, this gloom, rises from the ground, from the altar, empowering her. This true god power, true divination, something foul, sinister. So half damage, how much?
It was 3.
So one?
Yes. But she should roll a concentration check.
Yep, against 1 damage. 17 plus bonus. 20.
Su madre. Yeah, and as a teleport, Dart, you have the choice to follow the teleport if you choose. Yeah, you choose 15 feet up, trying to get one of those planks on.
Yeah, I can, so like up here kind of deal? Like on this cliff?
If there are planks, yes.
So it's not a cliff. It's like there's a hovel on the ground and then more stories above it, and a sort of rickety, winding to and through Jenga tower of you. You're wondering how this freaking hovel 5 stories high even stands. It's tied by ropes and planks, and it looks like it's about to collapse at any moment. Seaweed ties it in places, and he teleports you on top of that platform, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Eric, as your turn starts, you see one of the monitors allied with you, or so you think, attacking the other Koto at least, rushes forth into the area of the Archpriestess's foul darkness of a spell and gets engulfed by it and ripped from the inside out. He still fights, but he's wounded and bloodied in front of you. Chaos continues to unfold as you take your turn.
Is the Archpriestess bloodied?
No. As you start your turn within Spirit Guardians, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving
That only
throw.
goes off once per. That's only once per round, right?
The spell does not say it's once per round. When a creature starts its turn, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Eric gets engulfed by a spell.
Whoa.
29 necrotic damage.
Knocks me unconscious.
The tide begins to turn. The whip of the Archpriestess surges forth over the altar, leaping up toward Eric and strikes him.
But
Yes.
that's unfair that we got attacked, and then before he can even move, he takes damage again.
Alright, I'm going to pause combat to discuss this. What's not fair?
Well, because we started in that position, and before we even get the chance to move, so Eric survived the first one, I didn't, but he doesn't even get the chance to take an action before he gets struck a second time.
So what's not fair?
So it says the first time on a turn, or when it starts its turn. So it's still the same turn.
No, it's the same round. It's a different turn. We're still in initiative 3 of the first round. Each character takes a turn.
Exactly.
Yeah, like-
He hasn't even had a turn yet. This is his first
like-
turn.
His turn started. The spell says, when a creature starts its turn within a spell's area, right? Or wrong? Which one is it?
It does.
I don't know, I just feel
So
like
I'm ruling how this 5th level spell works. In between turns, you as a party can act together to push people out of spell areas, act somehow, you know? Instead of attacking, be like, oh my god, my friends are in a huge area of effect spell. I should, instead of focusing on some Kuotoa, maybe I should rush in and push them out or pull them away, right? You can do that. Because nobody did that, he remained in that spot within the spell's area, failed his wisdom saving throw, and like the perilous adventurer of the Out of Business is, he is now in fatal danger. So...
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure those things can affect those spells can affect a creature more 2 times in a single round? Does the
They can
or
affect
not
you.
imply
They can affect you
it's-
once per turn, right?
Mhm.
First time you enter the spell's area, or if you start your turn within the spell's area. Theoretically, I can cast it on you, have you move out of it, have somebody else push you into the spell's area on their turn. You take damage again. Somebody pulls you out for some reason, then pushes you back into the spell's area. You take another instance of damage, and that can happen all in the same round. Does that make sense, or is there still some sort of a confusion?
Makes sense.
It's just a very strong spell. It's a level 5.
Okay.
We're fighting a boss.
So what I'm hearing is a whole bunch of people upset with me about this ruling.
No.
Do you guys want
I'm
me to
not upset.
change the rule, because we can, for our game, where such spells, if they read with such a sentence, saying first time it enters, or at the beginning of its turn, that such spells can only affect creature once per round. Not turn,
It's just
round.
really powerful for a 3rd level spell.
Right.
No, it's fine. We should
So
play
so
this.
listen to what I'm offering. You think it's unfair? I'll work with you. I will apply it to both my enemies and you guys. Going forward, all spells, yours and monsters, will only affect creatures once per round, not turn. This will go both ways. Is that fair?
I
Right.
always thought that's how we played it, but so that makes sense to me. But because it seems strange, the wording, by the fact that it says at the start of a turn, and then at the same time also says at the start of a turn. So
Who here played Baldur's Gate 3? Or Baldur's Gate, any of them, really. The game that emulates D&D. Who here played it? Do you guys ever cast Spirit Guardians? Did you ever see how it goes?
It is a vacuum. It destroys everything. Yeah.
Right. Did you ever cast it on your turn, go into a bunch of enemies, then enemies went out of it for some reason, and you had somebody shove somebody back into that spell's area on the same round? Damage again. If you don't like it,
one of the strategies.
if you don't like it, I could change it.
fine. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it properly.
Like, how Tom's playing it is how the spell goes. It's just
Fine.
we've never actually been in such a sequence for this to occur. I think you've only casted it once in the last campaign.
Never
Once.
spell.
Never?
No.
Well.
I had it cooked once, but I never used it.
This is what the spell is, and it is very deadly and dangerous, especially when it's upcast. It is how the spell is.
Like I said, I just wanted to understand it better, so thank you for the explanation, and let's keep going.
We're entering a very pivotal moment where I want to go forward with consensus. Okay? Either I play the spell how it is and I keep things as are, and Eric is likely to die. Or we change it and Eric has a chance of living, but the spell and other spells like it will be nerfed for the rest of the campaign. I want to hear the group consensus on this before I go forward killing a character.
You know where I stand. I'm okay with keeping it as it is. There is still a chance for us to keep him alive.
Yeah, I'm good running it as it is, but I'm not dying either. So
if that's raw.
yeah,
This is not about raw or not. It's how we choose to run it, right? So, if that's the group's opinion, are we in agreement and we can keep going forward?
Mm-hmm.
Greg, did you have anything to say?
No, I'm good. Them's the breaks on that spell. It is a very strong spell, and yeah.
This is a very strong individual you have challenged. The monitor charges forth. And I'm gonna be kind, because I'm a merciful god. He, in his cruelty, hits Eric once. Eric, being prone, and with a melee, suffers a critical hit for 2 failed death saving throws. Letting Eric die to the spell, should he not be saved. The monitor takes stance and strikes twice against Plop with his 2 remaining attacks. So let it not be said that I'm not a kind god. Plop retaliates. As chaos ensues forward, Duma, it is your turn.
I'm just gonna do measuring real quick, just to figure something out. 50 feet. 5, 30. Duma is going to jump out and run up to just in front of the Kuatoa and say, "I'm sorry, I'm not here to fight you. I'm just trying to save somebody." And you'll see raven wings pop out of his back and envelop him, and his visage will appear right next to Eric's. But what you see across his body is almost a purplish dark glimmer in hue, as if the Raven Queen herself has cast protection over him. Duma is going to, I believe I need to roll something for save for Spirit Guardians for entering it.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
I'm just trying to be fair with everything. That'd be a 23 to save.
That saves against...
30?
30.
So it's 15, and I have resistance to necrotic, so it's half again.
7. As you enchant your spell and another spellcaster enters the fray, Plop releases his held action and casts Mass Healing Word.
Oh. I was gonna pull Eric out of the...
You can still do it. It's still your turn. He's just doing his held action.
Good. Eric, move your body to here, please. I can't do it.
As you pull him out, everybody who is friendly to Plop, the priest, within 30 feet of him, you receive 12 healing. As he lifts his scepter upwards and gurgles in praise of his own goddess.
Just to confirm, this is him?
He's right over here, yes.
Right over here? Okay, 30 feet. Okay, perfect. I'm like just in. Ooh.
Reinvigorating his troops.
Back? I don't know if Florian's there or not, or if he can even hear me.
He'll move.
That would be my... Okay, that's the end of my turn.
I walked away to get food. What'd you do? Oh.
I pulled you out, and you have gotten 12 healing from Ploop to Doop.
Oh, thank you.
Or not, Ploop Ploop Clean, sorry. And my action would be dragging him, I believe. So that would be the end of my turn.
Darts.
Darts, shoot me.
I gotta get in there. So if I get in there, what's the save?
Wisdom. DC 14.
Save. And then if I fail it, I would take how much damage?
It averages around. It averages around 5d8.
It's like 30 damage.
I would die. I would die before just getting in there.
What's the range on your shot? On your
Bacon
shot?
10 feet. The problem is I chose the damage for because there's a lot of it. One sec. I think I might have.
Because so long as Brooke doesn't fail again, which with a +5 to her wisdom.
Greg, you want a hint?
Mm-hmm. What's up?
I'm not gonna tell you what to do. You choose. The spell she holds is concentration.
Oh yeah, because I was honestly going to do that. I was like, ugh. But I was trying to weigh my options about what would the.
It's still a risk. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Weigh your options, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cure Wounds is touch, so I would still have to go in there.
Concentration is the best option right now.
Yeah, there's not much else I can do. Okay, yeah. Two attacks on the spellcaster.
Okay.
I will hit it with 21 to hit.
Yeah. Cloaked in faith, but not armor, you pierce through her guard for 9 damage. Force.
Ooh.
I'll roll 19 on dice.
Yeah. And 11 on my hand crossbow.
This 11 does not hit.
I'll move over here with Flint. That's about all I can do.
Closing this and going back to my notes. Holding on to her spell, she strikes with her own bladed scepter against Plop, her own father, making 2 attacks, landing both. 6, 10, 6, 18. Jesus. Fuck.
Kill him.
You just killed Bloop Flame?
No.
Keep killing your own NPCs.
She strikes him and he goes down to his knees, bloodied. The wrath at which she strikes him and this sheer madness she envelops herself gives her the strength to commit patricide almost. He's at 1 HP.
Yeah, the Guardians are gonna kill it next though when it hits his turn.
Yeah. Can she do a concentration saving check for Moonbeam? Constitution, sorry.
How it gets how much damage? Constitution.
6 radiant.
12.
Fuck.
And now 1 for concentration, please. Not 1, not 1.
Damn,
19 on
damn.
dice.
Okay, I tried.
Okay,
1 priest, guys. It's a single priest.
I'm gonna need Tom to roll really
The-
low. All the damage for
The
that.
Koatoa monitors, bloodied and wounded as they are, but still acting as one with you, guard Duma as he escorts Eric out of the fray. They fight onwards. Killing 2 Koatoa in the strikes. As they rush forth away from the spell of the witch priestess. This one unfortunately starts its turn within the spell's area. He's gonna go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw. Against DC of 14, failing. I'm rolling damage. But it's still held Spirit Guardian spell. Bloodied and reeling from the spell, it retreats from combat and fights on over yonder, trying to thin the herd of Koatoa. Once they thin their army, they'll be able to join their leader in striking against the Archpriestess. Brooke, starting your turn to the DC 14 Wisdom saving throw.
God fucking damn it.
I rolled really low damage though.
Did she fail the roll?
Natural 1 for 6.
That was a really low roll damage too. If she would have succeeded on the wisdom, she would still be up.
Looking up at the escaping form of darts up the towers, the fisherman sees the chaos, gets spooked, and flees to watch from the shadows. It's out of combat. There's enough going on here without the guards being involved. It's only interested in guarding its own boat.
Okay.
I have made an enemy of that guard.
Flint.
Okay, using the moment that she's been distracted by committing murder against her father. She is distracted by 3 flaming rays going through her face. 24.
Hits for how much damage? 1 at a time, please.
Yeah, 7 fire damage.
7 fire damage. Hits her in the face. Ah! Second strike.
11.
Misses.
25.
You know it hits. For 5.
Yeah, 5. Come on, break it.
Oh my god.
God damn it!
Jesus Christ.
Mom can't complain. that he
Strongest
gets
priest I've
this
ever
anymore.
run. A single priest.
There,
And then
garbage.
from the windows,
I'm not with them.
and then from the windows, from the statue, from the boxes, one flaming seed from the she windows trying to rain fire there.
Hits.
Hits, okay, like just for the fun. So 1d6 plus 2. 4 fire damage.
4.
Please.
Like she is not
break.
she is not wet. Oh, 13.
This is funny.
Yeah. Reminds me of the fucking Descent of Avernus skeleton zombie who just refused to die to the paladin.
I remember that, I guess.
Yeah, and that's it for me.
Eric, you awake. It's like a scene out of Call of Duty when your vision is blurred, your ears are ringing, and you're trying to orient yourself. You're prone to the ground, being dragged by Duma. There's a trail of your own sort of blood leading out of the altar. Things are looking dire for your party. Fight or flight.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna stand up. Gonna draw the
Also, Hameth is right here. Bound.
Yeah.
Dawnbringer. 50
Then
feet to
bonus
flight.
action, second one. Okay.
Drawing
And
forth
then-
your warrior resilience. Yep.
Seeing these guys that are maintaining the bound Hameth, I'm going to
Yep.
turn, run right behind me, and attack this guy.
Strike. "17 strikes. Yeah, how much damage? 15?
Or 15 radiant damage.
Singes the Koto. He's bloodied, barely standing. Looking like he's about to flee combat.
Okay. And that is my turn.
The cruel right hand of the priestess lifts up his... Oh my god, yeah. I'm gonna do it. Out of abyss. It's fucking brutal sometimes. Lifts up his whip and strikes down Plop if he hits.
The way you've been rolling, Tom, you probably killed another NPC.
Oh, to be honest, I believe in Eric, okay? I believe in him.
What am I gonna do? I can't hit her.
Yeah, but this
You-
is the guy that's on our side that's attacking.
Patricide,
You
your
have, like,
ally dies.
None shall stand to the might of
The Deep Father. It's getting late. Plopalpine dies. The Kuotoa pursue Eric as they surround him like a pack, protecting their prisoner.
Fuck.
Collectively, they strike forth with their spears. 1, 2, 3 against Eric. Against the light you're holding, they have disadvantage, and they're missing all their attacks while you have holding sunlight in your grasp. You hear crying and screaming, and you look toward the waters in distance, toward the glooms. Especially those of you with dark vision, you look toward the waters and you see flailing in the shallows of the dark lake. Several of the Kuotoa are flailing about and being pulled under or strike at unseen foes beneath the surface of the water. The water foams red with blood. Duma, beginning of your turn.
Duma winces at Eric's bright sword, and he says, mutters, "God damn it," under his breath, and then bolts 30 feet this way. The outside of it to be in darkness. And I guess they can attack him if they use their reaction.
They use their reaction attacking with disadvantage. Natural 1, 13, and 11.
All miss. And then Duma, doing what he can, aims at the priestess, aims his bow and whispers a prayer to the Raven Queen, saying, "Please guide this arrow, guide our blades, guide us through this darkness and this battle that we share, and allow us to come to light on the other end. And with advantage, we'll shoot with sharpshooter. 20 to hit.
Are you out of arrows? That's why you're using your hand crossbow?
I don't have any quiver. I don't have any bows for my longbow. And so the total damage is 25. Fuck!
Strongest priest I've ever ran.
That was a decent DC too. 25.
Is she bloodied though? DC was only 12, but
Yes.
She's bloodied. Okay. Well, that's all I can do.
The whole
Got
scene
nothing
turns
else.
to a bloodbath, in fact. As Kotoa turns upon Kotoa, and something beneath the waters turns upon the Kotoa as well, pulling them beneath the surface as they scream out. Darce, you get a prime stage view of all of this. A bloodbath, what do you do? Shadows move beneath the waters. Manta ray
This
shaped.
priest needs
Yeah.
this priest needs to die. 14.
14 strikes.
8 force.
Can you push her?
Oh, fuck damn.
That's
Strong,
22 again.
Oh, I'm
strongest
taking
priest I've
a
ever ran.
16.
the roll.
4 pierce. Fucking die already.
Oh god, just fail one con save.
What is the... You release the second arrow, reloading as fast as you can, as you look at horror as the waters in a deep end churn and a mini wave of tsunami begins to wave to and through, rocking the docks, sending the Wuka creaking. You concentrate, you pulling your breath, you aim, you loosen the bolt, and a spray of blood marks the end of the priestess as she falls, crying out with her last breath, "Lima Goon Goon!" Another sound rises above the burbling cries of the Kuotoa. The dark surface of the water further out bubbles and begins to foam. A thick, oily tentacle bursts forth, followed by another. Then two monstrous heads break the surface, both resembling hideous, angry baboons with wickedly curved tusks. Both heads are attached to a single torso, and the monster's red eyes burn with bloodlust and madness. The creature rising from the dark lake must stand 30 feet tall or more, with water cascading down its back and shoulders. Upon reaching its full height, the great demon throws back both its heads and roars. Even from this distance, you see it rising out of the waters, Lima Gungun.
Dear God.
As we're gonna call it a session here.
Fuck. New ally.
I don't know about that. I think I know what I'm doing this week. Rolling it back.
Just in
I
case.
Can get to you
I'll
now.
get- But
Yeah.
in case it happens in the first 20 minutes of next session, I want to be prepared.
Yeah. Because
I mean,
all I know is if I'm able to, I'm going to run to you, get a hold of you, and like cure wounds you instantly.
I mean, the
Oh
reason
God,
why.
because he actually rolled low. Like when I was up, I had 12 health, right? And he rolled low. He rolled 18, which means all he had to do was save. And I fucking +5 on my wisdom. I'm a monk.
Mhm. Yeah.
The reason why I went for Eric was the fact that he had one death save left. Like,
and she didn't have any, so like fair. I hold no grudge against that.
So we're fighting a beast of the deep now. That's
You're funny when you say we're fighting.
That yet?
This is not a beast of the deep, my friend. You don't need a religion check to recognize this deity walking on this earth. Lima Gunkun, as it turns out, prayed by the Kuotoa, is none other than Demogorgon, aka one of the princes of the abyss, in the flesh.
The prince, okay?
it. Prince of the Abyss. Oh.
It is a anathema of legend, an anti-god, a Satan in its own right, a creature of chaos. What is it doing here in Underdark remains a mystery to you. Perhaps answers will come. As we leave off session, can I get everybody at the sight of Demogorgon rising from the water? Roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. The DC being 23.
I'm
Oh,
24!
You said the DC is 23. I can't pass.
I had faith.
I think Duma might be the only one that saves this.
Here's your keys.
Earth doesn't even
I'm going to bed.
Oh shit.
I think you do still roll wisdom saves even if you're unconscious.
roll it. Well, from watch me get like a good roll now. Not
Nope.
good enough.
Duma's the only one that saves, Tom.
Whatever shred of your willpower saves you, spares you from the maddening gaze of this creature. Everybody else, your madness level, which we discussed at the beginning of this campaign, is something you should be tracking your streak, goes up by 1. We'll start next session with those of you at level 1 madness ruling on the short-term madness table. Brooke, this is not the first time you've encountered the presence of this creature in one form or another, having already been exposed to the abyssal corruption powers of this level of madness. I believe you are at level 2. You are ruling on the long-term madness table. We can resolve that now, because I would rather not forget it by next week.
What would you like me to roll?
Oh, you're not aware how madness works. Let me explain. It's part of the PHP DMG, but I suppose I can look up the handout. Madness in the Underdark. First of all, roll me, those of you who are rolling level 1, you're getting a bout of short-term madness that lasts 1d10 minutes. Short-term madness is a D100 roll.
Paranoia. The character has disadvantage on wisdom and
1d100. 1d100, please. Megan, you roll 22 on a long-term madness. The character suffers extreme paranoia. The character has disadvantage on wisdom and charisma saving checks. Please add this to your sheet so we don't forget.
Tom, should we roll our table now? Because there are some conditions in the short term that can kill us at this point.
Sorry, what did you ask me? I was handling
Like,
Megan's.
should we roll the short-term madness now? Because there are some conditions in the table that will signify like death.
I'm well aware. Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
Do you want us to roll now or next
Please.
week?
That way we can add the effects to your sheets and start off next session with those in effect. Both you and the rest of your companions, this is Shushar, Jimjar, all of them will be ruling the same checks.
Oh no,
Wow.
Flynn.
I'm stunned, so let me check.
Can move. Oh my god, I'm gonna bring my. Oh well, my backup is Flint, but another backup just in case. And 1d10 minutes. So 5 minutes, I'm stunned.
God.
I rolled 74. So
Welcome to witnessing the Demogorgon. It might be up to it's very much in reality. It might be up to Duma and whoever survives this to drag your body onto a boat and flee, or flee by land somehow. Flee Sloobdulop as this unfolds. As things.
I rolled this.
The character does whatever anyone
74.
tells him. Or
I'm
her
listening to what
do
Greg
that
tells me. Hold on 1 second. What's up?
I rolled the 74. What's that?
74 on the D100 table for short-term madness.
Yeah.
This.
The character does whatever anyone tells him or her to do that isn't obviously self-destructive. That's not terrible.
Okay.
Darts, grab Flint, run!
Right.
Just thumbs up.
Dead silence. Yeah, just fucking shock.
I rolled an 11. What's that?
11 on the 100 short-term table is the character retreats into his or her mind and becomes paralyzed. The effect ends if the character takes any damage.
I'm gonna shoot you with an arrow, Eric.
Shoot his
No,
foot,
not you, of all
stab him.
people.
Well, you're surrounded by 3 Koatoa, so they might stab you and break you out of it.
Yeah.
Bouts of short and long madness can be cured as described in the madness handout I just shared with you guys. Given the demonic sources of madness, remove curse, dispel evil are also effective cures. A greater restoration spell. There are ways to undo this. It's just that, yeah, level, what are you guys, level 4?
3.
3.
No.
Yeah, we're level 3 right now.
Yeah, we're level 3.
So, this is funny. So when you guys finished the tomb, and I had you guys level up, you guys just didn't do it.
No, that was the level 3.
No.
Level 3.
Yeah, that was the level 3.
Oh, was it? You guys, you guys escaped. No, we're good. We're good. We're where we're supposed to be. Yeah, I'm confusing it with Humblewood.
One level after the temple.
It's all good. It's all good. We are actually where we're supposed to be. Out of this is just that brutal. Yeah, witnessing Demogorgon, the guy on the fucking cover of this book at level 3, is that terrifying.
Oh, that was good.
And that's like actually kind of funny. It kind of makes sense why Duma would roll so high on his wisdom saving throw, narratively, because he's like so far back away from shore that his view of the Demogorgon is just blocked by the rickety building.
Yeah, it is by the building right now, actually.
I'll roll for the Chingwingas.
No.
35 and 10 minutes.
The good news is that at the sight of the Demogorgon, either Kotoa fall onto their knees in madness and revere him. Those that manage somehow miraculously to save against a DC 23 with natural 20 flee the city, meaning that the docks are left unguarded.
Yeah, but the docks are now surrounded by him.
Yeah.
I guess there's more areas we can run to.
Wait, are we supposed to be able to see him? Is it
Yeah.
every creature that sees him rolls a wisdom save?
I
Can
revealed the entire map
copy him?
for the sake of narrative because I didn't want you guys to miss out on this epic moment. So I just revealed the entire map. You obviously still have sight within your vision, but yeah.
You just feel like a shiver go down your spine. So we gotta
I was about
way
to
over
ask
here.
if those of us who couldn't see him wouldn't have to roll a save.
You do, for reasons unknown to you.
Okay.
Magic, just abyssal magic. This is like you're staring at a god. You're looking at something that your mortal eyes are not supposed to see. So yeah. Call it an aura.
If Flint dies, I'm bringing a cleric, okay? And it will be a goblin.
I like it.
You know what? I'm gonna flavor it so it makes sense narratively. As soon as he rose from the water, Thazerus bloomed from like his rising body and just began to illuminate dimly the entire cavern. Just like this green, purplish aura spread from him, making like his own altar just melt away into like wax. Flesh turned to wax. There, I made a narrative. That's why you can see the whole map.
Yeah. It's like Cheeto dust in the air, you know.
Sure, whatever makes you hold on to your sanity.
This Fezzar just makes me want to roll a wizard, so every time you do it, it's like meta magic all the time. Oh god. Well, guys, GG TPK. For the hell at level 3.
Oh, how did the priestess do on her madness roll?
She died.
Which one?
Nice.
Wisdom
She
saving
died.
throw. She died. Oh, thank
She
you.
failed.
It's nice that she failed. Yeah.
She failed.
Get wrecked, nerd. Flicks nose, run.
The priestess got downed by Greg's character.
Starts, yeah.
Downed or killed? That is key.
Killed.
Pretty sure he went for the kill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, killed. There was no hesitation.
I will not
And
hesitate.
she was a tough priest, not failing a single con save.
That's the power of a believing Kuotoa.
Breaks, yeah.
Their faith is not just like, fiction. It's
Honestly?
power manifest.
I'm considering converting with how powerful that priestess is.
Sure, play as cultists. See where that gets you.
Yeah, cultist gang.
Alright.
What was this thing's name again? The
Demogorgon?
Satan dude that appeared? Yeah.
Demogorgon. Dude's literally on the cover. Why? Are you looking up his stat block?
I'm putting in my notes. Gee, chill.
Oh. I was just gonna say, don't look up his stat block because there's no use to that. I made him a lot more powerful than
Yeah.
he is in any monster
You mentioned
manual.
he was a god. I remember fighting a god in DIA. Okay, we're not doing that right now.
Yeah, same. We are.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
Mm.
Call upon yours. I should call upon mine.
Me, hey dad.
And here Tom says, I don't get nice things. He is a fucking Prince of Hell.
I got denied a double natural 20, so karma comes around.
Karma comes around.
Well,
No,
Alrighty then.
Well, this was a very whiplashy session in just the
Mhm,
direction it took. So
You are behind the helm.
we are all we're all preparing, if we have not already, backup characters when, as Will put it, total party killed. It's happening.
I'm surprised you didn't make one after your first time going down, to be honest. Like, as soon as
Just
you went
in
down,
case.
I made like 3 backup characters.
Well, wasn't she revived in the same session?
Yeah, but still, like, the fact that it was so easy to go down, like, I almost in my head was like, everybody probably has one
We
now.
brought a lot of stuff with it. And honestly, it's just bad luck, like, that way today worked out with, like, instantaneously going down versus on a position she picked on the map at the beginning. And also just terrible wisdom rolls. Like, Burke's a monk, she has great wisdom.
How to make the players hate the one of the BBGs of the campaign, the McGorgon, have him show up. Greg, your beard sloughs off.
No!
By the sheer presence of the Demogorgon. No, I'm not gonna do that.
That's when I sneeze.
The
Yeah.
Cheeto dust makes you sneeze.
No!
No,
My own words.
tidal wave causes so much wind, your feathers blow off towards the Demigorgon.
Demigorgon. Demigorgon. Help me, Gordon.
Help me.
Gordon,
Help me.
Gordon, over here!
No. He's an angry British chef, he's just gonna yell at you.
What?
She's thinking about a different Gordon. Alright.
Gordon Ramsay.
But
Gordon Ramsay,
yeah,
I'm gonna just tell you, you are an idiot sandwich.
No.
but for real, should we have like a backup character just ready, just in case?
I mean, you should have
Yeah.
entered the campaign with one of those, but yes.
Always. Yeah.
I gotta think
Okay.
of a backstory.
No. Honestly, I say don't even bother, because if you die, I just end session. And you guys think, like, if it happens, if a TPK happens, I just end session. Because then you guys have to, like, reformat, like, how do we end it? I don't want you guys to rush it mid-session or, you know, not make a character and never use it. If we actually TPK, I'm just gonna, it's gonna be a short session. That's it.
Basically, but since Brooke is starting next session down, I'm definitely gonna have
Yeah.
one. So
I mean, we are by the way, we are executing combat initiative at that point. Well, not initiative. We're still in initiative, obviously, because we're tracking all this. But
Soft.
at this point, can I just agree with you guys that you guys are not fighting for the Kuotoa in their little blood feud, that priorities have shifted, therefore you have to make a plan forward. So you have the advantage of just like, oh shit, we have to run in the chaos. Grab those who are stunned, get them out of here, right? Your companions, I'm going to roll for all of them, see what happens to them. Some of them might just die. We'll see, right?
Oh my god.
Sure, fulfill this purpose. It's fine. I can just kill them off.
So
No,
basically,
sure.
Okay, I gotta think about it. Eric needs to get stabbed. Flint's paralyzed. What happened to, Brooke?
she has for 50 hours disadvantage. She has extreme paranoia, which gives her disadvantage on all charisma and wisdom checks.
Okay,
So
you
she's-
just need to get up.
You just
And
go
darts-
over it.
Just get it.
And Duma has to tell Darts what to do. Okay, I kind of know what I'm going to be doing next session. Yelling at Darts, stabbing Eric, healing.
Everybody plan together.
Brooke.
Madness is going to be a big part, a big theme in this campaign. You guys are getting already a taste of it in the early levels, but it's going to just keep getting worse. It never goes away. Once you have suffered your level, it stays there. Once you reach level 3, you gain a permanent trait, like a flaw of madness. And it resets
that's cool.
back to 0. You can get multiple stacks. So the more you're exposed to the abyssal powers, it's very Darkest Dungeon. Like, your characters are in a mid grinder of like, how far can you go before you break? This is sort of I'm just setting expectations forward. You guys are like, oh, it's not fair that you're using a spell as supposed to be. This is a meat grinder campaign. I'm sorry if you had long-term prospects for your character to the point where you're afraid of dying, but adventuring in the Underdark is very dangerous, and this is just one of those campaigns where you might die and perish and not succeed in escaping. And that's part of the story, and then you carry forward playing with a new character, right?
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the grasp of the spell properly. And you guys have a more in-depth knowledge about like the nuances of the wording.
No, they don't.
So I just wanted to understand it. So thank you for sharing it.
Oh no, they don't. I have to sit here and lawyer for myself because I'm the only one who read chapters 9, 10, 11 of the PHP apparently. Just read combat and spellcasting rules, and you'll see where I come from. And ignore Jeremy Crawford. Doesn't know what he's talking about. He comes up with rules, and then he contradicts himself. The good news is,
I remember
it works both ways for players and monsters.
I brought it up because I remember when we played the Humblewood campaign that you ruled that these types of spells could only damage a creature once per round. But while we were talking about it, I did. When we were playing the Humblewood campaign.
Oh, our Humble campaign back when I was young
yeah,
and naive. Yeah, this is like Curse of Strahd days. Yeah,
but when we were talking about it, and like when we were talking about it, and I did read the spell more closely, it did say like per turn. And I was like, I guess every creature's turn is a different turn. Like, that
see, the thing is, I always knew how it worked, and then some players like gaslit me into what you guys thought worked was correct. Like once per round, you can only get affected because they were pulling some answers out of Google, baseless, not following raw. So I listen. I will come to an agreement. Each campaign is going to be different. Whatever the players agree to, we can come up with home rules and we'll follow them. If players find that it's too brutal to follow rules as written, we can change them. I just want to make sure that we have consensus.
I just wanted it to be explained a bit better because I didn't, like I said, from previous campaigns and then just not understanding the, like I said, nuance of the words. That's fine. I just wanted it explained.
As soon as I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I saw that happen, I was like, okay, I took damage when the spell was cast, and then it became my turn, and I took damage again, and my character died. I was like, I knew it. I knew I was right. I knew like it's not Larian Studios being crazy. He's like, no, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense because nobody pushed me out of the spell. This is a team game. You're supposed to like not just play a lone hero solo adventure, just stupidly targeting one target after another, and this is a team coordination game, and sometimes your teammate is in fire, especially if you're a healer. Do I push them, do I move them, do I heal them? That's like Nick used to be big on that. He used to like have a wizard that pulled people in and out all the time because he realized that I'm learning my strategies.
But sometimes there is no good option, so like getting inside to save them was suicide.
Not for Duma, that's why Duma did it.
Brooke holds no grudges, and I don't.
Duma, yeah, that necrotic resistance really came through.
It's scary.
Well, Duma's kind of an undead elf in a way. I mean, he keeps dying over and over again, and his deity he's bound to is the deity of death.
Sure.
She keeps
Shadowcry are not dead creatures, but okay.
going.
They're kind of like they're kind of undead in a way. They keep being brought back into like husks of their body, and essentially the way they see it is they don't care what mars their physical body in the material plane, because when they go back, they just look undead again and like cursed.
So
they're a cursed race.
Will is just describing an average Barovian having not played Curse of Strahd.
My job is not done yet, and you come back a different color.
He dies. He comes back in a few years. Like the Raven Queen will put his soul back into a body. But I want to say that this campaign is freaking awesome. I
fucking
love
lethal.
how brutal it is. Oh, I love it.
I had one priestess. I didn't even run it like to the module. The module was like, yeah, it's one priestess, her army versus your army of Kotoa. I'm like, I'm not running 40 Kotoas on the map. Fuck off. I'm not doing that shit. I'm just gonna narratively like they're fighting each other. You guys are focusing on the priests. Whoever kills who first, and then like shit goes down anyways. Here's the thing though. I read that and I was like, none of this matters because Demogorgon shows up. Like Sloobdulop. In the grand scheme of it, does not matter. It's like in Baldur's Gate when you're trying to cure your parasite in your head, spoilers, whatever, and like you keep going between like failed attempts to failed attempts. It's a false hope. It's questing. It's part of the story. Sloobdulop is to show that your home is destroyed. It's to show that the Demogorgon is back and is corrupting places in the Underdark. Sloobdulop falls. It's part of the narrative. So I'm like, this whole like schism is cool, and I like that the characters can choose side and all that. But the combat, can it be just narrative? Mm-hmm. Because whichever priest falls, it doesn't matter. The characters will probably never come back to Sloobdulop again, and if they are, they're gonna come back to like, I don't know, ruins.
It's a wasteland at that
yeah,
point.
exactly.
I was so excited when we finally arrived at this place. I was like, oh, finally, civilization. Eric's gonna take a proper shower, get some good-ass food.
You're good.
I mean,
And
you have
it's
the lake.
just
Shower in
a
the lake.
wasteland.
Like, just dive. Go. Whatever's turning it red, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the water turning and foaming red. Don't worry about whatever's attacking Koto. Just go have a bath.
I want to ask a question and say something. I want to say, I think everybody did a great job role playing their character and staying very much in character at this game. And it was actually a lot of fun to see that. And my second question, Tom, because I know Darts really wanted a pearl, with my passive perception, in anywhere we walked, did I see pearls hanging anywhere?
Yeah.
Perchance?
Yeah. It just that I waited for you guys to take initiative and ask me, like, explore around the city while you have time, but people just want to rest, so whatever. But yeah, in the Poor Hamath, still bound, just watching fucking Demogorgon. Fucking wants to get out.
No, Duma's going to help Hamath because
There is treasure around the shrines, both that one and that one. There's treasure, and there were pearls around the Sea Mother shrine.
Okay, I just want to double check because I did want to grab one of those for darts. Alrighty, I have to go. I gotta let the dog out and say goodnight.
Have a good one.
I'm so looking forward to the next session, and I hope nobody has to roll a new character, but it is a hard campaign.
Oh yeah, and another question: did we level up for any reason, Tom? Just asking.
Not yet.
No. You think
Maybe
I'm
if
being
we-
funny? No. It's just like
If we survive.
If we get out
Maybe
of
if we just escape with our lives. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Oh man, I have so many, like, I do have like a handful of cool character ideas, but like if Eric does die and I have to replace him, it's just like the character ideas I have, it doesn't really make sense for how they ended up in the Underdark.
That's false.
I guess I could.
You can make anything work.
I guess I could do the exact
Name
same thing.
one.
Of like they just happened to be by themselves, got shot by a dart or some shit.
Name one
got dragged
character,
under.
and I can give you an example of how they end up in Underdark. Because you're failing to understand that I have 16 chapters of content coming up. Hooks.
I have this
locations. Yeah.
I do have this one cool idea for a character of this like old scientist who's been working as someone who creates weapons for like whatever government he's a part of. And as he gets older and he starts thinking like, man, I didn't get the chance to like explore like the world or really see anything or adventure. He's like, I really wish I could have done that stuff. And he creates like during his retirement, he uses his genius to create a robot that he then sends out, and he can like see and act through it. And it's like a Warforged character that's being controlled by this guy.
Cool. So, who is Hamath?
A traitor.
Lorien, who is Hamath? What is he? Duergar. Who are the Duergar? What is the City of Blades? What is Grecostuch? Right? All your gear, all good metal you're wearing, everything that you found in Valkenvalve that was worth a damn was made in Grecostuch by their forge masters and engineers and all that. Nothing stops your character from sending an envoy to these people to link some sort of a trade between that kingdom and Grecostuch, a weapons trade. These people, the Duergar, they are among the most technologically advanced people in the Underdark, right? If that doesn't work, if you don't want to send your robot to meet its kin in the Underdark, fellow other robots, I have other hooks. But
Okay.
any character could fit into the Underdark. We made Duma fit. I mean, Will is asking me like, hey, can you put like the river Styx in the Underdark so I can fetch memories from a queen? No, I can't, and I won't. We're not visiting Avernus, and we're not doing that. Does a Shadowkai have a place among the people? We made it work. What with, Gauntlet Grim army and other hooks. Anything can work, right? The dwarves need a soldier who has the skills of a Shadowkai. A soldier of the gloom and night. A soldier of dark. I mean, everybody have a place. We'll figure something out. Maybe, listen, you're a robot, you were sent here, and, okay, not that Drow captured you, but if you don't want to share the same hook as a party of Drow captured you, even though Drows would probably love an immortal slave. Absolutely love it. If not, the Duergar would love an immortal slave. It can be like, the robot has a misfortune, fell from a rock collapse into the Dark Lake and got fished up by Kuatoa and lived with Kuatoa for the past 5 years. Following the chaos of Sloobdulop, it finally escaped its cage and comes wading through the darkness, encounters the remainder of the living party covered in seaweed and mud. Hello, friends. It can be that easy. We'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
If
I'm
Eric
gonna go.
does. Yeah, we'll
I'm
figure
gonna
something
go,
out.
guys.
My only gripe about Warforged is good night, Greg. My only gripe about Warforged is that you're sort of ignoring the biggest pillars of this adventure is the need to sleep and eat and experience human emotions and being having a piece of meat in your head that can be, ruined over time. But also, it's Eberron, and I don't know. I never liked the Eberron setting to be mixed with this, but I can make it work, I suppose.
It's just one of that's just like one of the ideas I have in mind. But yeah, we'll see what. Hopefully, Eric doesn't die, and it's not even something I ever have to give two thoughts to.
I don't see why people. This is a very dangerous. This is a very dangerous situation, and I'm glad you guys are feeling the peril. All things considered, DC 23 save. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna suffer. You guys have 3 characters up. Darts is up.
Yeah.
Brooke is up. Doom is up.
Brooke is not up.
Brooke is up.
Did she get healed?
I believe she's unconscious. Yeah.
Follow the DM.
Yeah, follow what I'm saying. You are not stunned for 70 hours. Okay, you're one.
Is it hours? Isn't he stunned for like 7 minutes or something?
It's like 5 minutes.
Brooke, how long is your long-term madness? It's long-term.
50 hours.
50 hours. Okay, follow DM. Right, Brooke is not stuck in a catatonic state. She's mentally scarred, and that's up to Megan to roleplay, but she is still somewhat combat ready. You have 3 characters up, 2 who are in big trouble, and you'll have to pretty much make a choice of which companions you're saving at this point, right? Because depending on my roles, some of them might just be in a position where you have to make a choice between one or the other. Because none of you are like giant hulking barbarians that can carry 7 people.
Not yet, at least.
But I have to be unparalyzed.
No, I'm having a lot of fun with this campaign, and I had a lot of fun this session getting to roleplay quite a bit and getting to roleplay like that she's really struggling with what was happening, and then just being like, nah, I gotta keep going, and just remembering why she's there.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was really fun, and thank you for role-playing with me.
By the way, guys, if you guys are wondering what's in the water, I'm just going to show you because it's a cool picture. I love these creatures. You're going to meet them later in the but you can probably see their silhouettes beneath the waters, whatever. I'm going to just show you, whatever. They're so cool. I can't pronounce their name. I'm not even going to try, but they're so cool.
Excellent.
We got back to the Red Moon, guys.
Ishichachil, or whatever, I don't know. It's a race of like sentient manta rays. It's just the same manta ray that was like laying on the altar, and anger that it was, well, they're feuding with the Kuotoa, so it's cool. I just love the design of this creature. It's very moth butterfly like. Cool.
No, I have like some ideas for the backup, so it's okay. Like, I want to be the cousin of Spider Bait.
You have very little faith in your party saving you for some reason.
I don't know. It's more like I have a lot of faith on your dice. That's it. Like, yeah.
Meanwhile, you guys took like hours. It's even funnier if
Good
night. It's even funnier if you guys took hours to like rest here, so that caused the drought to catch up to you guys. So you run out of Sloobdulop, injured, maddened, and it's like, oh yeah, and then the drought show up.
That's good.
Yeah.
That could be the new hook. Oh yeah, I saw them escape.
Cool. But starting with next session, we're approaching somewhere like around the area where I joined you guys in the last campaign we played as out of the Abyss.
Oh yeah,
because
the Dweger City of Blades.
You guys can choose where you go from here. I don't really care. If you guys don't want to go to Krakow stuff, you don't want to. You don't have to. Yeah. Oh, and now I have a reason to actually have. Maybe we'll see. But seeing as how you guys treated him, Boopy might just like fare out on his own. So
yeah, I say we lost point with those guys. Like I just seen the races. I feel like the Minotaurs got screwed with the art.
with the new art.
Sure, but nobody says that you have to use that artist's art.
Ah,
right?
no. That's true, but still, it hits me.
Minotaurs and Underdark would be dope. They do actually belong in a setting. Like they exist in the labyrinthines. There's a section of the Underdark called Labyrinth, and that's where Minotaurs are from. So it's kind of cool.
I was thinking on like one of them, like I imagine a barbarian because I want to push people away.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea of why I want to play them, but Minotaurs are supposed to be devil kind, right? No, devil kind, no, demon kind.
They're humanoids.
Okay.
Which, like, depending, like, with are you playing a monster or are you playing, like, okay, I don't know, like, type for players is always humanoid. I'm not gonna have you play a monster,
Yeah, it wouldn't be a monster, but I think they were created by the demons, or like, if I recall correctly.
Depending what setting you're playing, yeah. From what I recall, like Sword Coast Minotaurs.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, don't look at Mordekainen's. No, not Mordekainen's. Follows.
Yeah, I think it's one of the princes.
Yeah, it's in our intro.
Yeah, I think you post him. Yeah, that's the one. You post him on Humblewood.
Yeah, the Prince of Beasts.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
Yeah. I wonder if you guys like picked up on. I wasn't trying to like spoil it, but also I was throwing hints in there, here and there, that they were just like mispronouncing Demogorgon's name. I think that's like my favorite part about this whole like encounter, like Liba Gungun. I mean Demogorgon. What?
I noticed when the last time she said it. That's where like, oh.
That's when I made it more obvious that time. I was like, yeah. When she invoked his actual name closer to his pronunciation, that's when he heard her and like he got invoked. Yeah. It's very dangerous. Like Kotoa, like borderline like beholders, like whatever they dream, whatever they believe just manifests in reality. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I had an idea of like if you guys actually somehow escape, like different parties play differently. If the priest ruled right, survived the battle, and you guys actively helped him escape with Shushar and stuff, he would have, as thanks for saving some of his people and stuff, he would have lost his home, but they would have revered you as gods and would have given you a vessel worthy of the gods. So I would have like conjured a big old vessel for you guys, like a big old boat. But I kind of muled over the idea, like, is that too powerful for Out of Abyss, survival campaign? And I was like, it's not that big of a deal. It can be a very messy, fucked up looking vessel too, because it's Kuotoa. But
useful while we're on the lake.
But
water.
I strike my priest for 3/4 of his health with one strike, and I was like, there he goes.
Well,
that's 47 health gone. And that's the thing. Yeah. The fight wasn't even hard. It's just that I hit for a huge amount of damage, kind of like facing a dragon, and she just couldn't be shaken off the spell. I cast one spell. This is like a 90 HP creature, CR6 maybe. I cast one spell, and I hit with a scepter. That's all I did. For some reason, I was like, why are they struggling with this? And I was like, oh yeah, level 3. That makes sense. For some reason, I thought you guys were level 4 for some reason. Because of Humblewood, I guess.
Yeah, Humblewood. Yeah, but the Spirit Guardian is quite strong.
Especially upcast.
Yeah, like, it was break concentration. Like, there was no options.
I was like, control water. I want to do something with control water. I'm like, I can't cast it. I'll use the same spell slot for another spell. Yeah, it's brutal.
Clerics are like that.
Yep. Are you saving Hamath?
I have my... Yeah.
the other ones have to save me, and save him.
Oh yeah,
But I
you're
was
one of
planning to
the
take
stunned ones. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was like,
Even my Chewingas are running away. Like
I was
I was
like,
like, maybe the Chewingas survive.
saving a Dwegar might land you something in the future. It's one of those like bonus things, you know.
Yeah.
Like, but obviously saving yourself is priority.
Yeah. I imagine Hamlet like tied and a gag on the floor.
I'm gonna roll for him to try and save himself, honestly, because I mean, it's gonna be hard, but if he has a chance, he has a chance. Okay, I'm gonna stop recording then, upload this video, and play some Smite.
Yeah, well, have fun.
Do you have
I'll see
anything
you
that you want to
guys.
get on record? Any questions before you go?
No, not really.
Okay, cool.
Nothing on record.
Then I'll wish you a good night.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
See you.
Bye.